when last we met, we went to a farm on the outskirts of town for the Schipple somethings, I think. Can't remember their name completely. They were nice. Their crops were disappearing. And we went and talked to them. We investigated for a while. We found rabbit tracks and then bird tracks. Rabbit tracks that turned into bird tracks? No. It was cockatrices. Not cockatrices. Fucking.
No, you're right.
No, shocker lizards.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
you're right.
shocker
Chargers
lizards.
was the first one.
Yeah, cockatrices was the first one. It was shocker lizards, which Kenny used his turn to figure out what the heck those were. So, good on Kenny. And we beat up a boatload of them.
We almost
And
died.
then,
We almost died.
well, you almost died. I was fine.
And Arrowbreaker.
Yeah,
Y'all
I definitely almost died.
I was fine. Is tank. But yeah, we beat them up. Then they gave us a nice meal, even though, Arson wanted to sacrifice one of their rabbits to the lizards. And then they gave you guys some magic items, and I sold what they would have given me to get information on how to boat our boat. And now we
That's right.
can boat our boat.
That's why I didn't have to come up with a monk item for you.
Yep.
I've been sitting here like, oh man, what the fuck am I gonna do for a quick improv monk item? Nothing, because we sold
Boat
it.
information. Boat formation, if you will. Yeah, that's really all we did. It's just the shocker lizard fight took a while. But I've now learned the importance of having evasion.
Yeah.
We came back to town to meet our tiny gremlin friends, and we were going to go off to the city, whose name I forget because we're not on the map with the names. And that's it. Yeah, we're going to Burn Sleigh.
No, it's not that cool. It's just Burnsley.
Burn Sleigh.
Burn Slay Queen.
Yes.
Before we leave, could I... Let me roll to see if I would think about it, Tucker, because I don't want to add a game this.
Oh, Shopkeep is the one who gave us the information on how to boat our boat. Kenny asked him if he had something. I don't remember what it was, but Shopkeep told me he didn't have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Tucker, do you want me to roll int to figure out if I would think about it before we left?
No, you can just do it. It's fine.
Okay. I'm going to buy a hooded lantern and oil.
Did I put on night mode again? There it is.
And
Should have
oil.
dark mode. Everything should have dark.
You need oil, right?
Yeah, you need Doyle.
Oil.
Doyle.
Just spelled lantern like the Pokemon lantern.
Is that not how lantern spelled? Shit.
No, the Pokemon has a U in it.
Oh, fuck.
I think I've told you this story before, but I'll put it again out for the world to hear. When I was working in baseball and we were trying to sell picnics to people in group outings, when I first started sending those emails, I don't know why, but every time I wrote picnic, I wrote picnic like fucking Yogi Bear.
But that's awesome, though.
I had not seen Yogi Bear in a long time. I don't know how that came up.
Were you emailing it as your, and sorry to say this, Chris, Fursona?
No.
Then less great.
Right. No. I just kept writing picnic, and it took me like a solid month to not do that.
I don't remember which one's which, but it's funny to think about there's a mascot called the Railer.
His name is Trax. Be nice to him.
He's still the Railer, and that's the problem with it.
Yeah, get railed in Worcester.
Arizona.
So it burns for 6 hours on a pint of oil.
Mike, I think
Yeah,
it burns for more than 6 hours.
No. I'll get 2 pints of oil, which would be 12 hours.
Oh, I can mark them off this way so I know how many stunning fist attempts I have.
I'll do 3. I'll get 3 pints of oil because that seems reasonable to carry.
Holy that can't be true.
What?
I'm just. I can't even put it in the chat because Kenny, we're streaming, right?
Yeah.
All right, then I can't even put it in the chat. But
You can put it in the Discord. I don't show that.
Yep. I'm trying to work my way over to the right button.
I think. No, I don't think there is. There has to be more than one.
A cursory Googling tells me there's only one.
There can only be one.
Yeah, I think that's true, Tugger.
That's wild to me.
Yeah, that's why it's definitely what I said.
That's absolutely crazy.
Nope, there's 6 of them.
Where type to me where another one is.
Well, I know where one better be.
Tell me where a second one is.
I'm gonna say that's on me. I set the bar too low.
I sent it in the Discord.
I wonder if it's pronounced the same in all 6.
I almost guarantee that it isn't.
That's fair.
And you'll be yelled at for saying it wrong.
It's not pronounced the same way in this one.
Okay, first of all, screw you.
It's
That's
like
not a
the
comment
sauce.
on you.
Any hoozles. We're already off track and we haven't barely started.
But Tucker, I will load 1 pint of oil into the
I'll
lantern.
argue with that, Chris. We have barely started.
That's fine.
Kenny?
Yeah.
I mean this with love.
Yeah.
You're a butthead.
Yeah. Got it.
So I need to do something smart. So I'll do something smart.
I did something smart. I stole a computer from
Kenny,
work.
doing cocaine's not smart.
I didn't steal it. I was given permission.
I hate to turn off my rage. I was like, why is my strength
Oh.
so high? Because my rage was active.
So if I copy paste y'all over here, over in the bottom corner of this map, you can adjust your stats to make sure they are reflective of the level we are currently at.
Bottom right, you said?
Yep.
Well, we didn't level up after last time, so we should be good.
Yeah, this should all be correct.
Yeah.
I just had to change my AC because I had my rage AC on there.
Because now, if people will help me remember, the goal would be to come back and at the end of each session and copy paste your current selves here.
Something like that, yeah.
Yahtzee.
Oh no, you have it sets in miles here, so I can't set my aura. Can't have a 30-mile aura.
But imagine.
I'd be a god.
A lot of low-level fights would suddenly start going different.
all that I deem worthy are within my aura.
You would have to be some sort of nomadic god then.
No, I just start ruling this one big city, so the whole city is just the aura. Why does no one leave the city? Don't ask questions. We are protected.
If you leave the city, for some reason you get weak and sad.
Suddenly I
I'm
can't
pretty
see
sure
as
that's
well.
depression.
I suddenly can't see or hear as well.
Have I always been blind?
It just reminds me of Patrick from SpongeBob flicking the light switch. Life, death, life, death, life, death. Step in and out of the aura.
Suddenly paper cuts hurt a lot more.
Oh god, is this what they call diarrhea? This is horrible.
Usually fire doesn't hurt this much, but it hurt this time.
And it's coming directly out of my butthole.
Isn't Glob supposed to be like indestructible?
I believe so.
Who?
Glob Herman.
Who's that? I don't know who that is.
Can I say he's an X-Man? Is that appropriate?
I believe he's an X-Men. I'm more intrigued in the shark with the business cash.
No, it's only Shark Head. Those are definitely just people legs. Also, why has Glob only got a helmet on?
Well, I think that's the only part of Glob that needs protecting. Also, I think the shark is wearing a skirt.
I don't know what either of you are talking
Yes.
about.
There's a post that Chris just put in the Discord. It took me a while to figure this out. Also, because I was like, what are they talking about? Like, why did Glob all of a sudden come out?
But now that I've had plenty of distractions, I can close that out because I successfully did the thing.
I just noticed that he thumbs up in the second panel.
Yeah, it took me a bit to find that too. So all of this should work. It's just a matter of like how we want to go about some of this shit. So I'm gonna continue to fuck with some stuff as we go.
Okay. Also, stop fucking cursing. This is a family stream.
It's set to 18 plus, so
No. This is a
I can say-
family-friendly stream, you fucks.
I can say so much worse things.
That's the joke.
So like I said, I'm a little distracted. So until I need to be fully present, I will have that kind of caveat. What is your plan? A plan? The plan? Any of those are appropriate.
So the main plan was to get to Burnsley, and then I believe there was a library there that Arson wanted to go to, so we could learn more about the things that we're supposed to hunt 15,000 of.
Well, and we also should, get to know the people in this area, figure out if any of them are capable fighters. If the
Right,
area,
and see,
if they
and
need
see
help,
what we can do to arm ourselves against the thing that we have to go fight.
no.
Oh, I was going to use this. I should use this instead when this thing doesn't load because it's too big.
Figure out if we can earn money while we're going along the way or there.
I know my big road trip plans are to slowly but surely modify the ship so we don't just die of exposure wherever we go.
No, we don't need that.
Tattoos, so you don't need.
I would. Interesting. I can't touch it. Oh, I wasn't in the maps and background layer.
It'd be interesting if Alex had chosen not a gem dragon.
Spellcaster?
No, gem dragon. We could have started off by taking one of his scales and just handing it to the fire giant.
Well, he did say true dragons.
Yeah, but didn't we come up with the math that dragon kobolds are like 120% dragon? They're more dragon than dragons.
Dragon turtles are also full dragons and aren't true dragons.
Yeah, but they're not 120% dragon.
Man, this map fucking kicks ass. I gotta make a thing big enough to make this fucker work, but I don't think I can because I think that map would be too big and Roll20 might just have a panic attack.
Just like Lizzo.
Oh,
I enjoy
wait.
Lizzo.
Why does Lizzo have a panic attack?
I'm about to have a panic attack. I did the work. It didn't work.
Didn't work. Okay. Have you seen that video of her singing Du Hast in Germany?
No.
It was really good. I actually think I might have sent it to you on TikTok.
Maybe.
Oh shit, I can do that. I can mess with that later. Okay. I need to make one more. I need to get one more map stuffed in here real quick because I got one more thing. I just want to make sure I have a place for you guys to like see.
The white Kirin from original Kamigawa is gross if you can play a 0 mana spirit or 0 mana arcane spell. Destroy all lands. It destroys all permanents with that spell's converted mana cost.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is there a 0 mana spirit?
There's Memnite and Arcane. Arcane adaptation. Don't worry, Mike. I got you covered. I can destroy all lands.
Why does Memnite count?
Arcane adaptation. All your creatures are spirits. Was that
Oh.
not the goal? Was to play a spell and destroy all lands?
Yeah. At that point, you can play Ornithopter too.
Yeah.
I need to see if it says when you cast though.
You cast 0 mana spells.
No, whenever you play. Okay. No. Because if it was on cast, I don't think you don't. When it's being cast, it's a spell, not a creature. So I don't know if it would count as a spirit on the stack. Is what I'm saying. But no, it's when it comes into play, so it would come into play as a spirit. So yeah. Any 0 mana creature with arcane adaptation.
Damn, I kick ass at this shit. I'm so good at making some of these maps, Mike.
Nice.
Okay, so seriously though, I know I'm being a little kind of difficult. Are we just good to go? No one knows any other tasks they want to do around anywhere. We are just good to dive in.
I think
Good
so.
to dive in unless something attacks us on the way.
Do you want something to attack you on the way?
Sure.
I feel like we're at that level where that's not particularly fun and it's just tedious.
Also true.
Because I feel like it would be easier to say the week passes and we're at Burnsley.
That works.
Because inevitably there would be small things along the way that, oh look, a level 3 character can fairly readily handle.
It's up to you.
I think we're gonna do it this time just for simplicity's sake.
Okie dokie.
I don't have any like interesting planes encounters just loaded up right now, so to me it makes more sense to just go.
Okay.
Okay.
Man, beholders would be very good at brushing their teeth.
Why?
Because they can like really get up in there and like look at the inside of their mouth.
I mean, I guess, but also that upsets me.
Like you can't just put one of your eyes in your mouth. You can't go see all of it in there.
You don't know that.
I do though.
You've never watched me brush my teeth. You don't know that.
I don't think that's true.
Actually, fair point.
I don't think that thing you said is true.
What
Yeah, I
you
think
I
you
think
actually might have.
I think my creepier thing is definitely true. But like I said, unless someone has a specific request, we are just going to spend the week and get to Burnsley.
Yes.
It takes your mages a bit of effort to get you there, mostly because it is draining on magic to do it. And without their permission, we are not going to overspend their spells.
Okay.
So until they're here, we're not going to learn anything about what else this boat can do. It sure does. It sure does drive like a car, though.
What's the suspension like?
Smooth.
Not
An
interested.
87 Honda.
Yeah, it's hovering, so the suspension's pretty good. You don't exactly feel the bumps in the ground.
Mhm.
That's pretty choice, though.
Every so often we take the head off of a giant, so.
The only even a little bit difficult portion of this trip is getting through the mountains. But even then, as long as you stick to the path, it does a pretty good job, like, functioning like it should. The one thing you learn is it is still susceptible to gravity, so you can't just hover over chasms. You do have to still jump them at this stage.
Ah, just like Evil Knievel.
I'm making it clear that, like, it's not going to take a canyon. It might be able to do a river because it's still a boat, but you can't just, like, jump shit.
Got it.
Okay.
But either way, I believe we discussed last time it's 2 squares in a day, right?
Yeah.
Something to that effect.
I think it was
I think
50
somebody wrote
miles.
it down.
Yeah, I think it was 50 miles in a day. Did I make a player pog? Well, we're gonna now.
Sure, Kai can be your Oathbreaker.
I don't know who that is. What are we talking about?
Sure, Kai, the Genesis engine, the vehicle, because they made the rules that say if it says it can be your commander, it replaced commander with Oathbreaker.
Interesting.
Oh.
That's why Command Tower works.
Interesting. That's a weird thing to pick up on, but whatever.
Wait, Command Tower can be your commander?
No. It can tap for mana of your
Anything that
Oathbreaker.
says commander is replaced with the word Oathbreaker and Oathbreaker, so things that say they can be your commander can be your Oathbreaker.
Huh.
Interesting. All right. No, I wanted to make like a player pog so we didn't forget where you guys were ever.
Oh, I see what you did.
I just made an itty bitty little boat, and it should read player location for you guys.
It does.
And I just kind of put you above Burnsley so Burnsley can still be read.
We could have docked right outside of the city.
But as you approach, it's not quite as sprawling as Belmere was. You see a whole lot of nothing, and then suddenly you're pretty much in the city.
Okay.
Now, what's the New York City, like Lowell?
Like Ludlow City.
Of various states.
Yeah, good job there, fellas.
Oh yeah, true. We're just kind of sorry, Kenny. You're gonna get doxxed.
That none of us are playing in the same house. Like, I don't know why that affects him.
Nope, only Kenny.
Okay.
Yes, Kenny lives in all these places y'all are mentioning as your towns of reference for some reason.
Chicago. I doubt it's as big as Chicago, though.
No, I mean, it's pretty big. It's pretty city-like. Like, it's not modern day, but it's city.
Okay.
The buildings are fairly tight together. You wind up with alleyways and back alleys. There's no like, there really aren't any like solid side streets for the most part, especially as you start to get towards the center of the city. It is as big city as you would expect, like a fantasy city to get.
Okay. I'm about it.
So what are we doing? Where are we going? That's like I said. A lot of we're still leaving it on you guys.
I want to head to any local monastery. Is probably not here in the city, but any local like religious areas, or if there's something to court here. I want to start actually drumming up support for the Nightingales here on the here in Gregory. World's name is Gregory. Island's not Gregory. I don't remember Island's name.
No, I think the island is also Gregory because we didn't get anything better.
Yes, I need to drum up support for the Nightingales on the island of Gregory. And religious people are a good place to start.
I think we should figure out where we're gonna be spending our nights here first before we split off.
Well, these places usually also take in weary travelers when needed, so two birds, one stone. I don't really like that analogy. Anyway,
2 stones, 1 bird.
better.
You wanna sleep in a church instead of a bed? Yes, I know.
I mean,
churches
I've
have
done it
beds.
before.
I mean,
But
What if you're- what if
we'll
you-
do it your way. That's fine. We can find some place to stay first.
no, but what if you're not welcome in any of these? What if they don't want to listen to you?
Then I sleep on the street.
Yeah, that's not kosher. We're not heathens.
But apparently we are Jewish.
What?
This said it's not kosher.
Oh,
Yeah, it's,
I was like,
Chris-
what did I say?
Chris, you gotta keep it halal, man.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Not haram.
I gotta fix this because I definitely didn't. I don't know what Past Tucker was thinking, but Braum is not an okay god.
Side note, while Tucker's fixing that, I was reading a story on Reddit earlier.
Oh no,
It
it's
was
not
related-
it's not getting fixed right now. For the record,
Oh,
that's a
well,
that's a for
fine.
later problem.
I'll tell the story later.
It's an I just read the description and went, oh no, not doing that. I don't have a replacement for it. Just not gonna be that.
Horde.
Nope. There's a specific niche I need filled, and Braum, the goddess of insects and industrialness, sounded really good until I realized she was a part of the Demon Wars.
See, my brain knows you said insects. I heard incest.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's on the infinite battlefield that is the Demon Wars, and she commands her subjects basically via pheromones. So I think I read insects and industrialness and went, yeah, that's a city god, and then stopped thinking about it, and then just didn't put another ounce of thought into the fact that she might still be like some kind of neutral evil. But anyway. As I said before, I'm leaving it pretty much on you guys. I don't have a good city square map center for you guys to go to, so we're just gonna kind of leave it here for now.
That's fine. I've made my desires known. The group can feel free to suggest other things and or agree or disagree with the things that I've suggested I want to do.
I'm not saying not to go look at churches. For sure, go do that.
I don't.
I think we should just have a place that we're gonna meet at the end of the day, just so we're not just hoping to run back into each
I
other.
mean, why don't we find where we're going to stay, and then that'll be our meeting place.
Exactly.
So
And
we'll
if
do
it's-
that.
If it's at a church, then it's at a church. So we're gonna go look around for places to stay.
Can I roll something to find a place to stay?
I forget what skills exist. Streetwise isn't one. That's Savage Worlds. Knowledge Local. Knowledge Local would be good, but you wouldn't have it because Knowledge Local needs to be labeled for each thing. So
Yeah, I
no.
don't have that.
Gather information. Looks like we're rolling. Somebody's rolling gather information. So roll your d20 and then pair it with a d4. And for everybody who helps, you can roll a d4 minus 1.
Say I am not trained in it.
You don't need to be. I don't think it's a trained only skill.
Yeah, I'll
Doesn't
help.
that
I'll
mean I
help.
can only get a 10 though?
No,
No, only on
that's
certain
only
ones.
if you have to be trained in it. It caps out at a 10.
Oh, okay. So I got a 14.
So does anybody want to spend this time helping you or operating independently?
I'll help.
I don't
Canny.
know what I want to do, so I guess I can help.
Okay, then roll it. So you 1 hour. The three of you spend 1 hour gathering information.
I didn't roll yet.
You don't need to.
Okay.
You just saying you're going to help applies a -1 to the time roll.
Okay.
Because gather information is a d20 roll for ability paired with a d4 roll for the amount of hours spent.
Ah, I understand.
So it felt reasonable to me to subtract 1 from the d4 roll for each person helping.
Oh, okay. So it's not a detriment that we're helping. Got it.
Correct.
Okay.
You are sticking together, asking relevant questions for the same purpose, and coming back with more information faster.
Cool.
Unfortunately, it's just kind of broad information. The city's big, and you can find most things most places. But the upside is through all the conversation. God, I hope these buttons are gonna work right now. We are sent. You're basically guided. You're close to the outskirts of the city, not fully there, but getting there.
Mm-hmm.
One of you appears to be radiating light. Is it this one? Nope.
Probably me.
I was gonna say it could be me. We've tested that a few times.
We have tested that a few times, which is why I immediately thought it was you. Can y'all see here?
Yeah.
Where are you pinging?
Just can you see the street?
I can see the street. Yes.
Yeah, that's all I was checking.
Okay. I was like, I don't understand. What am I not seeing that I should or shouldn't be seeing?
Tucker, which one of my auras do you want to be the census one, the red or the green?
I feel like red makes sense for rage.
It does not particularly matter to me.
Okay. I will change that translucency because that is 2.
Yeah, if you could turn like the opacity of it down.
Nope, I turned that transparent. I don't think I can do it. I think you can do that.
That's fine. I'm doing something currently. I'll get to the opacity of it shortly.
Yeah.
Opacity?
Good old opacity.
Yeah, the
So
opacity.
you guys all have +1 to. I have it written down. Didn't write down what senses give. So give me 2 seconds, and I'll tell you what senses give.
No, I can't. So I'm just going to switch it to a.
Less offensive color.
I mean, I can, but it's not really gonna affect a ton.
I mean, that's better.
Still has a reddish tint to it.
Senses is listen and spot. Get +1.
Yeah, Mike, we're just gonna go with a with this. I know it's not exactly great, but it's the best I got for now.
That's fine.
I gotta do some cleanup after this. All right. There are people on the streets. I'm just not. I'm not filled in with them yet.
Okay.
So it's on you as to what we're doing.
Well, we were directed this way, so like,
Yep.
do these, like, are there signs on any of these doors as to what they are, or do we have to just open them?
I'm gonna leave that on you to discover for now.
Then I go touch this door to our right. Click. Horsies. feel like Kenny just had a flashback to me opening a door to horses.
They're really bad
Maybe.
at giving directions here. Go open door.
Stables are something if we need them, but I don't particularly want to sleep with the horses tonight.
I'm gonna knock and then open.
Well, why would you pick the one I'm working in, Mike?
Don't work in one that has a door that we can touch. That's not on me.
I'll go over here and touch things while Mike is in there.
I will close the door for
this-
now.
This looks like somebody's house.
I picked
Or an
it because I
office?
figured you would be going. You would go like the horse side first.
Okay, so this is connected to the stables. This looks like an inn.
Guys, I hear things shuffling in this door. I'm not sure what's happening in there.
I found it's either an inn or a restaurant or some sort of place with tables.
I found something. I'm not sure what it is. Who opened this door? I closed it.
I did.
I purposely closed it because Tucker's working on it.
Ah, I thought that was Mike. Nope, I thought that was Chris. You are Mike.
Yeah.
All right, so we're in the city.
There,
And-
I've moved everybody out. Everybody's in a different room now.
What's in this room? There's some beds. Does it look like someone's house?
I don't know. I don't know why you're getting beds from that.
Oh, it's a work table. Okay. Let's zoom close enough. They look like beds.
You're a bed.
Oh.
I think this is a bar.
Is it morning time?
Someone just roll a d12 for me. A d2 and a d12. We're mid-afternoon.
That was a D20.
Oh, the D12.
Oh, it looks like a D20 on my screen.
Good afternoon. Sorry to intrude. What does this building look like, Tucker?
Past the rope, this direction, you're seeing targets,
Oh, okay.
which should kind of explain literally everything else about what that room is.
Arrowbreaker, I found a place for you to practice shooting.
Do you think I need practice?
We all need practice. It's how we all get better.
Okay. Hmm.
Critique
I got-
accepted.
Yeah.
I got no use for arrows, though. I'm gonna go look for a room. Oh, there's a person on the streets.
Like I said, you really just had to give me a minute or two. I'm working on it.
I want to find out what this archery thing's about.
Like with many things, the follow-up question is going to be, do you want roleplay for the answer, or do you just want an answer?
I will take roleplay.
All right. So, you walk in. What are we doing? It's as much on you as it is me, and I'm a little distracted right now, so it's also on you.
Yeah. So, good morning. Good afternoon, I mean.
He looks way up at you and just kind of eyes you curiously. Afternoon.
I take it you are well versed in the way of the bow?
Think of me more like an ex-god.
An ex-god?
I'm using an accent. You want to try that again? An ex-god.
Ah. An ex-guard, I see. Do you offer
See,
any...
I didn't even have to re-enunciate. You just got it.
Well, when you said God was wrong, I assumed the next one was guard. Do you offer any archery challenges.
It's more along the lines of practice and training. Why? What do you got in mind?
I just was wondering if this was a place to test one's mettle.
Roll a d20 for me.
I can type that /roll d20. Did I do that right? No. Am I using the wrong slash?
Yes.
Yes, and you also put a space there. Ants, stop being stupid.
To 8.
We ain't got anything planned for the next day or two. If you're looking to like compete or anything.
I would be looking to compete, but if nothing's planned, then
But now it's something. It's something more basic than that. If you're just looking for a bit of practice, we can set you up.
okay.
We got some supplies for sale as well, but that's not what. This isn't an armory per se.
I would absolutely love to see what you have for sale. And apparently my teammates think I have some brushing up to do.
I mean, did you hit anything with a bow?
Not yet.
The way I am going to translate any of that is if you want to spend. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I hit the wrong button. I don't know what the fuck button I pushed to make it do that, but okay. If you want to spend time in here, we can get you some kind of flat bonuses for a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Oh, what is this? Oh, that's not a good thing to have hanging out in the middle of my screen like that. Let's push refresh and see what happens. More accurately, it costs money to do the thing oh, interesting. What happened? Why am I in as a player? As a player. That's odd.
Were you trying to test anything as a player?
No, I accidentally pushed I pushed Z as I was moving a pog, and it shunted me in as a player.
Oh, nice.
So I have no idea how I managed that. Also, it occurs to me that a good number of these things probably aren't visibly labeled, are they?
Nope.
This guy I'm standing next to is not.
I see dwarf civilian, elf civilian, halfling civilian, and three pogs.
Click on any of those pogs that aren't labeled.
This one. This one. This
Okay, so
one.
the humans and the orc. Got it.
This one.
The humans and the orcs. Got it.
Okay.
I'm just trying to populate currently. I need just a moment or two longer.
And this one.
Is it the same as one of the other ones?
Yes.
Yeah, we will fix that in a moment. There's a whole bunch of buttons I have to push to make it operate correctly, which is frankly a little silly to me.
It's a roll 20.
Oh, god damn it, I did it again. Fuck me. So Kenny, to clarify, if you want to spend money here, you can get bonuses.
I will spend
But I'm not-
money to get bonuses.
Do you have money to spend?
I had at least 25 gold.
That was made up and then brought to reality through story, yes?
Yeah, I paid the tax on the road to get through, and then we killed him and I took it back.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna say 2 gold in a couple of hours will net you a bonus of some kind.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, so we're just kind of writing you out for now then.
That's fine.
Oh,
You're spending his arrows. Just so you know, you don't have to mark anything down from yourself.
Okay.
Spending his arrows. Good band name.
Yeah, it's not a. What about either of the other two of you? What are we doing?
I walked into what I'm assuming is a bar.
Nope, that's a restaurant.
is
Oh, like a
this
straight up sit down restaurant.
Yep.
is
Then I leave.
the is this a vendor?
Yep.
I
Walk
go
up.
to vendor.
I was also gonna go up to the vendor and figure out. Oh, the grid doesn't align. Good to know. Do you know where we could find lodging for a few days?
You're new to town then, huh?
Yeah.
Roll sense motive.
May I also?
Sure.
So you gotta rob us.
I'll roll sense motive on this arrow.
$25.
Oh, weapon.
Nondok can practically watch it happen. Like, he's about to start to lie, and then he's like, maybe I'm not going to. Well, are you looking for anything fancy, or just simply a place to stay?
Mostly a bed and a roof.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, then you're in luck. And he just simply points.
I say whatever the dwarven for thank you is and meander over to that door.
Yeah, what he said.
Good. The Lowe's Garden Center.
This arc also doesn't have a label. There you go. I will go to the innkeeper. Nope. Select my piece. Oh, go to the innkeeper. This is like a desk style thing here.
It just looks like a straight up table.
Yeah, just the table. I'm trying. Some of these places are little, and I didn't make the map any too much bigger than I could have. So, can you not see this guy in the back?
Yeah, I can.
The human innkeeper?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if this was like his counter.
No, it's just that's just a table.
Okay. Oh, that's going on top of the person. I can't walk by her, but
Did I do a smart thing? Oh, I didn't. Or you just being respectful to the way things work.
What do you mean? Like not shoving through someone?
Correct.
Yes.
Because now, you can't go through the table anymore.
Yeah, no.
I fixed it.
I can still go through her.
That's fine. You said something sassy, but then I immediately realized, oh wait, I'm slowly learning how to do some of this shit. And I'm much more able to adapt on the fly as long as I've done a small amount of other prep work. Which is neat for me. Good job for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just he's at the back table. He's facing the counter. He's writing some things down. Can I see it? I cannot.
Is there a little bell I can ring? I know I can see him, but I won't be polite. He has a bell.
Pardon me. Hello.
Hang on. Nope. And I'm trying to Google something real quick. Comes back to the same thing. I don't like it though. It's not what I want. I want a bigger word.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious?
Whatever. I guess I'm gonna have to make up something different. He kind of jolts a little bit and looks up. Oh, hello. Kind of eyes Nondoc up and down.
Get away from back there. Come back over here, Nonduck.
You're the one who said we needed to find a place to stay for the night.
Yes,
And
but be respectful
this is
of
the
others.
nice gentleman in charge of that. Which, to that vein, apologize for the interruption. My friends and I are looking for a place to stay for a couple days.
Could be longer.
Well, then the Verdant Scallion likely has you covered.
How much is it per night?
Well, hopefully
for
it'll be the same tomorrow.
I have no idea where I put one of these things, so I need a moment to swap pages. I suppose that depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for something extravagant and comfortable, then you've probably come to the wrong place. If you're looking for something a little bit more straightforward, bunk lodging is fairly cheap. If you're looking for your own room, it gets a little pricier.
Bunk will do fine.
Yeah.
For the record, that means a room with like 30 people in it.
That's fine. At least to Nondoc, anyway.
I mean, it's a good temporary thing, but not for long term.
If you're simply using the bunk room, it's 2 silver a night.
That I can do. And then Nondoc will have to borrow money.
I also don't have money to spend here.
The guy with canonical money is not here.
Is bunk lodging something that fills up typically, or can we come back at the end of the day in order to procure a room?
There's almost always room at the end of the night.
Okay, then we will be back.
And he makes a quick note and just simply nods.
I think we left Arrowbreaker at the archery range.
Oh, I didn't even realize there was an archery range.
Yeah, it's the one
One
door down. That's what I said. He could practice there, and he got a little bit offended. But then I said we all need to practice. He seemed to accept that.
A little bit of offended, and then did it.
Nondoc kind of makes a face at Arson, which is very much a shit. He said something smart face.
Like Arson said something smart?
Yes.
Hey, I've been nothing but smart.
But also, it was like a kind thing. Like, everybody needs practice. You weren't saying, "Hey, fuck you! You missed every shot you took."
Oh yeah, no. I don't want a fight to happen right now. That'd be ill-advised.
Is he going to be there much longer? Because otherwise, we can continue to peruse the street and then go back.
How long does one archery?
2 hours.
That wasn't inherently the question, but yes.
And we will continue to explore. Also, if you and Arrowbreaker need to eat, there's a restaurant across the way. looked rather nice.
I mean, we all need to eat. You as well.
It's
Do you not?
I don't particularly want to spend the
Wait,
type of
wait,
gold
wait up for
is
me.
needed at a
Hey,
restaurant.
how are you outpacing me, sir? Ah, what's in this room?
This looks like a shop or armory of sorts.
Interesting.
Which I'm assuming I am correct.
Yes.
We should probably.
I am. I'm gonna go up to one of the dudes at the counter. I'm gonna go up to the dwarf. And conversation in Dwarven because it's fun. It's fun to speak their language. Hello, how are you?
He very
There's no one
slowly
here that
looks up
works here,
from
or they're all just civilians.
the crafting table, responding in Dwarven as well. Kind of calls over his shoulder. Hey, look, we got another of them. And the other one mumbles something.
Can I try to hear it?
Sure, roll listen.
And I get a +1 to that due to Mike's thingy. And listen. A B C D E F G.
Right.
Nope.
Well, a 12 isn't gonna get me shit.
I'll admit No, ask your question.
Did that seem innocuous or?
No, you really can't tell what it was. There was really nothing to come of it, so it's hard to place anything about it.
Okay.
You don't really seem the type to be in here, so you got any requests? Is that what this is?
That is exactly what this is, and
All right.
yeah. I guess 2 questions. One, you said another
Custom
one, so I'm assuming there's
custom
other
work's a little
orders
more
there.
expensive, and I mean dwarves when I say that.
Okay. No, custom orders not why I'm here, unfortunately. I'm looking for 2 things and hoping somebody can point the way, as I'm not from here.
All right, what do you need to know?
One, if there's any temples or monasteries or anything in the nearby area. And 2, I unfortunately find myself in need of money for lodging and need to find a way to get money.
I'm sorry, I got a text and it stunned me. If you're looking for some simple work, I suppose I could give you a little bit of cash for some restocking, if you will.
Just nods. Doesn't want to take a lot of money, but needs something to be able to sleep.
And what was the other question? It was if you can siphon some money, and what did he mean by another one of them?
Well, you answered that with dwarf, and the other one was local temples or monasteries.
Local temples or monasteries. We got a few, mostly heading deeper into the city.
Is this all in Dwarven?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna pipe in. Are you asking about the library?
Oh, apologies. My associate is also trying to find the library.
You're definitely going to want to head towards the city center then. TCGR's on the way in. But I'd be a little bit wary about them.
I'm so sorry. Chris didn't hear that.
TCGR is on the way in. They'd be wary of them.
Okay.
They're not bad people. They're just a little bit out there.
Okay. Yeah. I will be back to do the restocking in 1 second. I go over to Arson and I relay this information about the city center for both of the things that we need to do. but I'm gonna hang out here for a hot second and earn a couple coins so that people don't have to spend money on me.
Well, I mean, we kind of all have to earn something, because I ain't got none either.
I'm happy to ask if he needs both of us.
Sure.
I do that.
Or if there's anywhere around here that needs help.
Roll persuasion. Dondoc.
That's the thing I like to do, even though I'm bad at it. Persuasion's not a thing.
Diplomacy.
I was gonna say that's 5e.
Yep,
I know
it's
they're
gonna
a
take
thing.
it's gonna take me a bit to get back into the 3-5 skill list. Diplomacy. We're being nice.
Woohoo.
We're rolling diplomacy. Yeah, you're pretty convincing. He seems willing. It's absolutely just grunt work. You're basically one of you is sweeping while one of you is sorting.
I let Arson take the first pick of whatever job he wants, and then I do the other.
I'll start sweeping.
I happily sort, and I definitely brush up whatever their organizational system is and make it a tad, quote unquote, neater.
Roll profession, both of you.
For sweeping?
Yep.
Do I use my? Does it matter which one I roll? Because like I have profession minor.
Is
You're
this
a
mining?
professional miner?
No,
Then no, not that.
so just profession in general.
7. 3 less than my max.
Well, you each earn 3 silver.
That works for me. I give him one back and say I only needed 2 for the room.
I thank him for the 3 and I walk out.
So congrats. We have now we very effectively synced up times. Airbreaker's time at the shooting range is over for the next. We'll see how it goes, and I'll say 48 hours since you spent 2 gold. You get a +1 on bow attacks.
Yay!
See if that's too OP or not.
On attacks.
Correct.
Okay.
2 silver now. I'm rich.
2 gold doubloons.
2 gold doubloons.
As we meet,
Let's say it's approximately 7 o'clock now.
Yeah, right.
I assume so. It wasn't.
I zoned out earlier and forgot what time of the day it was.
It was
Yes,
mid-afternoon.
So, the library and the temples will likely have to wait till tomorrow, being as late as it is.
Oh yeah, I don't expect to walk through the city streets that I don't know in the middle of the night.
Nondoc, having not thought of that, just kind of stays silent. Because he doesn't know anything here.
I mean, you're close. That's not exactly right. But we're just calling it in for the night.
I mean, that's
Well,
what Nondoc's going to do.
Depends on what Arrowbreaker comes back with. We don't know what he's been doing.
Comes back with confidence he can murder better.
Right, I was going to say, he went bowing. He has a bow.
But that's on you guys to tell me what we're doing. That's not me.
Side question, on the boat, do we have separate rooms, or are we just all sleep in communal?
No, there's no rooms on the boat.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
there are.
Arson also knows that Nondoc just canonically sleeps naked, just takes his robes off and uses them as a pillow.
Everybody would be aware of that at this point.
You wouldn't sleep in the chair like a normal person. Also, we'd be camping at night.
Yeah, he's saying on the boat. I guess that's fair.
We specifically said that we had downtime for 8 hours to go hunting, eating, sleeping every night.
I'm missing what Mike is saying. What?
On
The
the trip here, the amount of time that it took us was because I think it was like 8 hours of riding, a couple hours for eating, hunting, gathering, setting up camps, and then 8 hours of sleeping. However,
Right.
we deemed
But at
sleep.
any point, he sleeps naked.
I think I have a tent, so I would be in my tent if I have it.
Doesn't even have a bedroll.
He just sleeps naked on top of the ship.
Do not have a tent, but I do have a bedroll.
Also,
Although I might have to invest in a bedroll for healing.
I am picturing that the things that I made, the like the tent poles that hold up the canopy would most likely I would hang a, what am I trying to say? A hammock
Hang a tarp
between the
over it and make it a
posts.
tent.
I hear what you're saying, but there really isn't much of a canopy.
That's why I'm saying I built one.
Scoot back and look at the boat.
I feel like at the very least he's not going to let you have done that in this first leg of the trip.
No, because it's got the two things in the front. Like, there's definitely a place you could hang a hammock from.
But like the canopy would be for traveling to keep out of the sun. I definitely mentioned that's what I wanted to do the last time we played.
Yes, and it is something that can be done. In a city would be the place to work on, like, the stuff for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're poor, except for Kenny. And it's already late. I think anything that we're going to actually do is going to have to be a bright and early tomorrow morning problem.
No, for sure. But when we see Kenny next, or Arrowbreaker next, where shall it go?
I moved in with you. But now,
You're not-
now I'm
You'll
where I
play
was.
Um,
We need to find better paying jobs.
I mean, that one was fine. It gave me enough for the room.
2 silver to work is not enough.
Disagree, but all right.
But it will give us room. Do we have enough for or Arrowbreaker has money?
That you will have to ask very nicely for.
Well, that's what I said. We
I
need to
already
find
paid for my room for tonight, and if I need money, I will go back to that nice dwarven shopkeep and do it again. Also, Chris noticed a decent amount of dwarves here, and noticed that the shopkeep mentioned more dwarves. Is there anything I can roll to try again to like see if there's a larger influx of dwarves than I think there should be?
No, because that'd be knowledge local.
Okay.
You have not been here long enough to get knowledge local Burnsley,
That's fine. I was just asking.
which, for the record, is how the knowledge local skill works. You do take it local to a specific area.
Oh, neato. So, like, I would have knowledge mainland.
Potentially. Like, when you level up, if you want to take knowledge local Belmere and knowledge local Burnsley, those are both available now.
Okay. Yeah,
Mike, you were saying something.
I will pay the 2 silver and keep one for myself.
As soon as you're paid up, he lets you go downstairs.
Arrowbreaker, it's 2 gold to room down here.
Nope, try that again.
2 silver to room down here.
Yeah.
The innkeeper chimes in. It's 2 silver for a bunk. If you would like something more private, that's a little more expensive, but available.
See, Nondok didn't tell me this. Oh, yes, he
this
did.
conversation was had
No,
in common.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I was thinking this is the dwarf area. Nope.
Slander
no.
my good name.
2 silver is good for now.
And then Arrowbreaker bought the King Suite.
I mean, how much is it?
A private room would be 1 gold a night.
No. That's fine. I could, but that's not Arrowbreaker's MO, so...
MO.
Yeah, there is no downstairs to this place. I'm simply just using it as the reference. So you go downstairs, you sleep.
We probably discussed like what tomorrow would bring.
All right, that's on you guys.
The library and the temples and monasteries are all in the center of the city, the shopkeeper said. So I think we get up bright and early and head that way.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, sounds good.
Other than that, we do a little bit of research, try to find 2 more silver, and go from there.
Did you find out if there's any hunts around this area that needs to be done?
He didn't mention anything, but
Arrowbreaker.
I feel like
I
that's
imagine
some
that we
small
can find-
talk that could have happened while I was taking shots.
Surprisingly, no. He didn't seem particularly interested in anything short of getting paid and making sure resources were being spent accordingly.
Okay.
No one's helpful.
I mean, we just gotta ask more people. We have to socialize.
Yeah, if you're just gonna stumble fuck around Boston, I imagine most people are gonna tell you off.
Yeah, just a random capital city.
Can I talk about how much I love the phrase "stumble fuck around Boston"? So
assuming we're going
so we're just gonna kind of move forward to the next day then. Oh, can I close that out? Did I do that right? I did. Oh, I did it fucking wicked right. I just have to finish making the map. Fuck me. Okay. So, you guys got to tell me what you're doing because everything is an option. I need to know what is happening.
I feel like I
my
don't
goal is
really
get up
have
and go.
a lot to go on for next things. Like, I know what the overall theme of the campaign is. I just don't know how to get from here to there. Right now it's just
that's the library's portion in this is to find out more information.
Yeah,
and
but
I was going to kind of schmooze a little bit in the religious area, see if anybody could point me towards some dragon knowledge, while also trying to drum up some Nightingale business.
okay.
The idea behind the going to the library, Kenny, is so that we can figure out if there's been reports recorded of like sightings or random crops going missing or something.
Okay.
Like this place is owned by or is overseen by this dragon type of thing.
Meta question: we're hunting chromatic dragons, not metallic.
All dragons.
All dragons. Okay.
Giantate all of them.
Yeah, dragons are being hunted. You need not be super specific.
Okay. Only reason I ask is because Cord, based on his lore, has things made out of chromatic dragon things. So that was going to be helpful to myself if there was a Cord temple here.
That'd be too helpful.
It might be. If he is commonly depicted with red dragon gauntlets, that might be a thing people look to do if they're trying to be super cordy.
So I guess the main thing is getting to the center of the city and figuring out where the library is.
Yeah. And then when we get to the center of the city, I'll break off and head to the temples.
I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be, but
It's a balloon.
we sure are winging this.
Better than wanging it. Maybe.
What about winging it?
That was That was bad of me. So where is any plan to stop? Why can't I fucking scroll left or right with this?
Center
That's
of the
so
city.
weird.
Mike is going to the library. I'm going to the religious area, and Kenny is either going with one of us or doing a third thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you intentionally going into the city, or are you stopping at the first thing that you see that fits these descriptions?
Me?
My intent was to go straight to our things.
How about we ask the
Personally, I think
innkeeper?
if we're looking at also hunts in the area, that might be something Kenny could drum up information for.
Also, a thing I wanted to add in is that for now, and likely for a good while, this campaign is personal quests. You're not just gonna go fucking duke it out with a dragon right now.
Exactly.
So
is
like
character
this,
growth.
yeah, this is stuff you want to go do with your character. It doesn't necessarily have to be dragon oriented. This is just how this campaign begins.
Yeah, but with no money, the only thing we can do is do hunts. Or trying to work in the city for a period of time, which would be very boring role-playing.
Yeah, but we can just kind of hand wave speed through that. Like it doesn't have to be just role playing.
No, I know, but if it's like, oh, I'm going to work at this job for a month, are we going to skip forward a month? And
Yes, in fact, that's exactly what that would be.
well, I figure
but-
if we ask the innkeeper how to get to the library in the center of the city, or to get to the center of the city, period, that might be helpful.
I'll go find hunts, I guess.
Well, let's try getting to the center of the city first.
Because punching bad animals, that's something non-doc's okay with.
So I guess in the morning, we'd ask the innkeeper how to get to the center of the city.
Well, you're gonna get the same kind of mediocre answer from everybody. You go towards the center of the city.
I mean, I got to imagine, as per most cities, as you get to more of the capitalized city center-ish area, it'll be pretty obvious to spot. And honestly, I might be the best to get us there because mainland probably has more cities.
I don't know. You're acting like no one knows how to give directions in the city, Tucker.
I'm trying to act like people just aren't generally helpful.
And that's what I was getting out of it, is they know how to get there, they just don't care.
Yeah, you're not offering any incentives, so why would they give you the time of day?
We paid him to stay here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard barkeep, innkeeper.
Yeah.
Then my bad. I heard the wrong thing. I'm making a map.
Yeah, if I didn't pay someone, obviously they're not going to give me exact directions. I just paid this man to sleep here.
Yeah, he basically tells you to head north.
Okay.
And it really is just kind of that simple.
Well, the question you had asked earlier was like, are you going to stop at the first thing that you see? It was like, well, if we don't know how the city looks or what to look for in the city, then we don't know.
Yeah, if you're just headed towards if you're just headed towards the center, and you want to get to a and like if the goal is a church and you're just headed towards the center, if you go past a church, are you going to stop at it?
My answer to that is yes.
That's what I wanted to know. And again, I'm sorry if it didn't come across effectively. No, not that. I want that. God damn it. As you can hear by my mumbling, I'm struggling with the wall creator.
I mean, yeah, I'll stop with Chris as we go along, but my goal is to get to a library in the center eventually. Or near the center of the city. Wherever it is from the center.
Okay. well, the first thing you come across is a rather large stone church. It is very clearly a church based on the front of it.
Do I get any immediate sense to what deity this church is for?
No, none.
I feel like that's weird.
It's a big stone building with no clear, like, definition to it as such.
I go up to said building.
It's got big oak doors up front. Maybe not oak. They're big wooden doors up front. I'm not saying maybe not oak just because you wouldn't know, but like I wouldn't know. So big doors up front.
Black maple.
Are all churches this big?
This is the biggest building you've seen in this city.
Meta knowledge for non-doc. Is this the biggest church I've ever seen?
You've probably seen ones about this size. This doesn't seem too unreasonable, but the fact that it's not like clearly labeled as for any god in particular definitely strikes you as odd.
They're not all like some are smaller, some are about this size, but typically I can tell who it's for based on the outside. And right now I can't, and I'm very curious. And then I try to open the doors to said church.
They're heavy, but they open.
Okay.
And inside is we're just gonna use this a bunch of times most likely, so we'll just use it once for now. As I'm scooting stuff around, my apologies.
Hey, don't apologize. You're doing great.
A little less so right now, specifically because I'm between like three things trying to square it all up. Are you guys all together? If I copy paste, have you made it easy on me?
If Mike moves up towards Kenny and I, then yes, we will be.
Yep.
I keep trying to drag other people's pieces. Like, yeah, I'll just put us together. No, I only have control of mine.
I hope this pans out. I have no idea what it's going to look like. Please tell me you see a door.
I see a door.
I see.
Cool. I'm still working on a different map. The map I was working on had nothing to do with this one, for the record.
Okay.
But yep, I figured that was going to happen.
How tall are these ceilings?
They seem vaulted.
Yeah, fairly.
Okay.
If you need an exact number, I don't have one currently. We can come up with one, but vary is my answer.
That's fine. No, I don't need an exact number.
Does the inside offer me any more information as to who this is for than the outside did?
No, it's just as kind of ambiguous.
Interesting.
So you're saying this is somewhat normal for churches?
Size, yes. The amount of ambiguity, no. Like, if I enter a temple of Taccord, I know it's Taccord.
How do you know?
Symbolism, the markings, the lack of or presence of ornateness. But this is almost like a blank slate that hasn't been filled out yet.
Oh, I see.
And before I zoomed in, I did see stuff on the other side of this black abyss. I don't know if I was supposed to see that or not.
I don't know what you.
The piece that you were testing earlier, Tucker.
Okay, I can just delete that shocker lizard. That was my test piece. That means nothing. That was simply just a way for me to test walls and things.
Ah, okay.
It's interesting that you could see that. Is it controlled by all players? It should be.
Yep, I was able to move it one square. You just moved the map, Tucker.
Yeah, I know. I'm on the wrong layer. There.
So now this is currently what I see.
I can still see the health bars and stuff. Okay, no, never mind. Now I clicked off of it. It's gone.
scooted the
that's got
whole
now.
map. Yep, that shocker lizard is nothing. That was my test piece for the map.
Okay.
It is also noticeably dark in here. Like, there's not a ton of lighting.
I kind of just call out. Hello, is anyone here?
Make a listen check.
Am I here with them?
Yes.
If you wanted to have stopped with them, yes.
Okay.
And I get a +1 because of Mike. 21.
You hear your own voice echo. That's probably not an ideal sign.
No.
Is it
Can
normal?
I do a knowledge religion roll to see if I can sense any form of deity here?
No, specifically because that wouldn't be knowledge religion.
Okay. It was worth a shot.
No, I get it. I appreciate what you're going for. That's just not what that roll is for.
I guess that being said, then I intend to explore the entirety of this.
That's fine. I will.
This has been calling my eye over here. This little blink area.
Don't go too far. I don't know where any of the stuff is. He calls out as he chases after you. It's all very dark in here. How can you see things
Oh.
so
Uh,
Give me a second. He kneels down and pulls out his lantern and lights it.
fair. I am a dwarf. This is kind of. I'm used to this.
Arson. I'm working on it.
Do I
You're
have
fine.
any?
I was also trying to figure out a way to say night vision without saying night vision.
I don't think I have any fancy things for this. So
Did that, Mike? Did that do it?
It got dark around me. Everything
no,
is dark.
It didn't do it.
No, everything went dark.
Okay, then I definitely did the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. Not
I
that.
see a secondary aura over here. I don't know if
There
I
it
can
is.
my night vision or.
Ah. I don't know if that's gonna. Well, I'll let you know if there's any dark spots.
Well, I can see over here now where I couldn't before.
That's
Yeah,
fair. I can see farther. Yeah.
Arson
got
just
a
lit a lantern.
As he stands up, shaking the match off. This should help us see a little bit better.
Man, that guy looks wicked fucking evil. I definitely don't want that to happen right now. Evil is not the vibe I'm going for.
What is the vibe you got?
This guy works.
So, non-duck, you know churches better than probably me or Arrowbreaker do. We mostly just commune to a shaman.
All right. Did Chris miss the question there?
Yes,
No, there
this
was
is a
no
fact.
question. There was no question. Just a statement of fact.
Okay. So I don't know if that's Arson's way of telling me to be the leader.
Kind of.
I will go this way then.
All right, I will follow you as soon as you are getting out of my range. I will keep walking. I'm like, no, I need to see. I need to see. It looks like a little balcony of some sort.
Well, this looks like the inside of the pillar on the outside of the church.
You're a pillar. Pillar of.
The caterpillar in Europe, a Europillar?
Yeah.
I like it.
The island of Europe.
That was objectively funny. That was very good.
Nonduck, where are you going? Hellbreaker, where are you going?
I was gonna say Airbreaker can't even see.
I can see.
You have night vision as well?
It's not that dark in here.
Right now? Oh, well, yeah, in this area it's not, but.
I found stairs.
Yeah, but they lead to nothing. It's the same thing that we were just in before.
I think there's a door this way.
Well, yeah, the door over here's the door we went through.
No, we came from the
Oh,
west. This is to the north.
You're at the corridor.
Oh, yeah, what?
What?
That interesting. I accidentally somehow put a door down flawlessly.
Don't complain.
There should not have been a door back where there was a door somewhere.
What?
Oh, down here where I am?
Oh, is it right where I am now?
No, that door is where we came in from.
Where I am? No, it's not.
No, not where you are, Chris. Somewhere else. I accidentally put a line straight through the map, like fucking flawlessly replicating a door completely by accident.
Do these look like
I do
any-
call out to Airbreaker saying, Airbreaker and Arson, that I found a door. This way.
Hold on. Is this anything this way? There's stairs leading up.
Possibly, but typically go deeper into the church first.
Okay. I will take your word for it.
Yes, go deeper.
A non-duct, just because you can see we can't still.
This door is locked. Damn it.
I could break it down.
Please don't. I knock on the door.
I knock too, but much harder.
As long as you're not actively breaking it.
Come out, wherever you are.
I got +2 to Sunder. I can absolutely break this door.
Roll strength check for me.
Who?
Me, Kenny, or both.
The one who said he was knocking harder.
Oh,
Gotcha.
no, I was making a joke of knocking harder, meaning breaking the door down anyway.
But if you're actually going to knock harder, roll strength for me.
All right.
Please don't break the door down.
Well, this time it'll be an accident. That's a 17.
Sure is harder. Some tokens. Roll listen checks.
Do
Y'all
we
get +1.
Aha.
Is everybody over here?
Yeah.
Airbreaker's underneath non-duct.
Okay.
Oh, 12.
I'm also rolling listen.
Alphabetical order. We were just talking about this. That's an 8.
18.
I rolled a 1,
Uh,
and I still have an 8.
I rolled a 19.
You can hear some mumbling on the other side of the door.
So the
What
door
is-
didn't fall down, though. He didn't break it.
What does the 19 tell me?
That you can hear the footsteps approaching.
Do they sound like armed footprints?
Yeah, the guy walks in upside down. He's doing a handstand. You can just see his bare ass.
Oh, it's a
No.
Scottish church. He's in a kilt.
I like that one.
Yes,
Uh,
hello. I see you've just let yourselves in.
I apologize, sir. I was very intrigued with the church itself, and there was nobody up front.
He reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder. It was a joke, son. Nothing matters anyway.
Aha!
Thank you, sir.
Wait, I've got knowledge religion.
Okay.
No,
I
don't.
really hope you roll. Oh, guys, if you did, I was really gonna hope you rolled a big number.
I'm gonna roll it anyway.
I would also like to roll it, but
I'm gonna roll it untrained. That's fun.
I like how neither of you got past the 10. Good job.
I'm just gonna type in. I'm not quite sure how church etiquette works, but non-duct here told us that it was okay to walk in here.
With a church with a failed roll like that, can I still ask my questions?
Yeah.
Is this
Yeah,
a church of nothing?
I
certainly
think
not.
what
It's a
he
church
means
of
to say
quite
is,
everything.
Any church that I've seen has been very clear who it's devoted to, and this one I could not suss out, and I was very curious to see to whom this church belongs.
Oh well,
That's
here we do not follow one specific god.
Nondoc's eyes light up.
Have you heard the good news?
Well, there really is no good news.
That's what I'm saying. There's something about this church that's like, yeah, all the shitty people are great, but they're shitty, so they're
well-
not.
Well, no, anybody who is shitty is shitty.
Can I do a sense motive, see if he's trying to hide something?
Yeah, go for it.
Nondoc's experience with church people has been very different than this.
19.
No, Mike, he's being 100% sincere.
All right. That seems to check out.
If you have the time, I don't want to say father because that's a very Christianity thing, but I don't really know how to address this man.
I'm still bummed the word vicar is very specifically Christian. There's no like non-denominational word.
I mean, I'm cool with vicar though. Like that sounds very medievally.
We'll just go with elder for now. I don't think that's
Well-
claimed by anybody in particular.
Also thinking elder.
Yeah, that works.
Eldor.
I don't
If you-
see why.
EL-DOR.
Eldor.
Eldor.
It.
I'm sure it's probably rather obvious. We're not from here. I would love to speak with you more about your church in general and learn what you have to offer.
Oh, we sincerely have nothing to offer. It may be comfort, but that's about it.
Who comes here to worship?
There is
If I had to
minimal
guess, no
to
one.
worship. I suppose I could refer to them as converts. We have members, we have participants, but it's you're thinking too strict, too, I suppose, religious.
This is a very thought experiment like following, isn't it?
Which
I suppose that's reasonably accurate.
which is more what I'm trying to accomplish, I suppose. But unfortunately, the best way I've been able to get about it before is to start with the religious aspect. So if I don't have to, this is going to make for a much different conversation than I'm used to.
What is it you wish to know? Is there anything specifically you wish of me? You want to ask of me?
Have you heard of the Order of the Nightingales?
The Nightingales.
Slightly gesturing to the tattoo on the side of my head.
No, I can't say I'm familiar. I mean this with no respect, but
With
Do you-
absolutely no respect.
with no disrespect. Does it?
I like the other
do
way
you-
better.
Well, the follow up is do you matter?
Well, I like to believe they do. They saved my life.
Did they save mine?
Well, you can matter to a single person or a small group and still not matter.
It's a monastery from the mainland, founded on really the idea of freedom, and
Well,
building a
We've-
monastery here for them is kind of why I'm here.
we've nothing against freedom here. You're free to do what you wish. Ideally, not harm to another. There's no point.
Interrupting, just kind of asking my curiosity questions. Am I free to worship Nakayuthai here?
An odd place, but yes, you are more than welcome to.
If I wanted to worship the ground here, the earth, am I free to do that as well?
An even odder request, but again, yes.
Part of me
I've
wants
got
to roll
all the
sense motive, but
information
can
I could
tell if
possibly
Arrowbreaker's
want.
being a sassy dick or not.
No, nope. Roll a sense motive. I am genuinely asking these questions, and I have received all the information that I need to know about this place.
It seems very
I-
open here.
Well, we have our own purposes. I suspect you've come here with minimal information. I'm going to venture a guess and say you're not from Burnsley, are you?
No, I'm from the mainland.
Most citizens are aware of us and don't ask questions. Our philosophy isn't particularly welcomed.
May I ask what your philosophy is?
No,
It's problem free.
it doesn't matter.
Well, it simply, you're correct. It does not matter. Nothing matters. We are the Church of Grudging Resignation.
Okay, all right. Not exactly what I was thinking, but I love it.
It's all just going to keep going on and on like this, and there's no end. This is what everything is forever. There's no easy out from this bullshit. You can't quit the game, but the game keeps playing. Rather, you can quit the game, but the game keeps playing. It is what it is. Everything is and always will be, and it doesn't matter.
Nondoc bows politely and leaves.
Not, but
He refuses to believe he can't make a difference.
All right.
I don't know.
I
I'm kind of vibing with this.
Hold on.
I appreciate the character insight.
his philosophy on freedom of stuff, non-docs, is not okay with this priest believing in what he wants.
Exactly.
No, he's free to believe in it, but he doesn't have to be here to listen to it. Because if you're going to tell me the game just goes on and whatever I do doesn't matter, that's the exact opposite of what I'm trying to do, which means I'll go to the next person.
So you just give up on this one?
He's set in his ways. He does not wish to seemingly join the Order of the Nightingales or talk about it, and I do not recruit based on violence or talking or making people feel like they have to do it. I want people to want to join.
I'm gonna turn to Aelrica. Did we sign up to join?
Yeah, I don't recall doing that. My place of worship is a mountain peak.
Nondoc's already gone, and you're having that conversation alone.
You were just talking to us.
Yeah. You literally
I assumed
just
that-
prompted what we said.
I
Nope.
assumed that you had stopped to talk. That
Nah,
we
that's fair.
stopped you.
Well, my hope is that you'll join, but if you don't, you don't.
So if I say flat out right now, nothing you say or do will get me to join your church of the Mayflowers,
Order of the Nightingales.
does
They're a
our
bird.
partnership end here?
It's not that easy, I don't think.
Excuse you. That Nondoc wouldn't say that, but excuse you. Well, if you don't want to join, you don't want to join. I would love if you did, but if you don't, part of the freedom I'm trying to instill with the Nightingales is you're free to not join the Nightingales.
Which is the freedom that this one's exercising.
As you are
I have nothing-
free or
I have nothing
otherwise to
against
join
the plan,
us.
but I refuse to believe I can't make a difference, which is what you're saying.
All right, hold
I
on.
can't make a difference.
But
So,
you
what would
just
join-
have made a difference.
I'm gonna look at the priest.
And the
walk
difference
up to
doesn't
him.
matter. I'm on both sides of this right now.
What would joining you entail?
Who are you asking?
The priest.
Nondoc or the priest?
The priest. Because
Almost
you
nothing.
said just like. Well, that's not helpful.
It's
Do-
incredibly
do-
helpful, but it doesn't matter.
Do you believe that there is nothing more than this, that this is just going to keep going on and on forever?
What does Arson believe? He's nomadic. Not nomadic. He's tribal.
Here we firmly believe that this is what life is. It's not identical for anyone, but I suppose it is a bit cynical. None of it matters.
I mean, we end
Someone
up.
someone is always able to undo whatever it is you wish to do. So try as hard as you will, if someone else is just as driven, we have the same goal. Nothing.
I mean, in the end, we
Nothing even matters.
help.
Thank you.
What's the word? What's the word that Mike's trying to remember? Our death fuels the growth of new life later on. We return back to what is nature referred to here in D&D again? I must make that Gaia.
Obad High is the god of nature. So it'd either be like Obad High or Alona. You could just say back to nature.
That's right. We all return back to nature and refuel the
Circle of
growth
life.
of.
The, but that is exactly the point. You cannot leave the game. You are here perpetually playing, in one form or another. You are, as we all are, trapped within the confines of this game, experiencing it on and on, ad infinitum.
Is he getting real meta, or is he just using analogy that vibes too hard with playing D&D?
Mhm.
I mean, if let's say that there is no point in any of this, why not enjoy it?
Who's to say we don't?
I mean, you sound like you're miserable right now.
I would disagree.
Well, I've gotten up out of bed and I've walked across the empty halls. My feet are cold on the floor, and I don't want to say I'm being persecuted. That's not. We're having a conversation I did not expect to have before I had breakfast.
Is it past noon at this point, roughly?
Did you guys?
I was thinking this was like 7 a.m.
Yeah, you guys got up and left, right?
Yeah, no, I got up real early. If you didn't, you didn't, but I got up early.
I was
I
picturing
assume that
roughly
we-
eight. I
we
was
slept
picturing
in-
roughly 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and I assume that this wasn't within 5 minutes of walking.
If nothing matters,
No, like-
why would he need to get up early?
To enjoy life, since he says that he's enjoying it.
Maybe he also enjoys sleep.
Mike, to clarify, my thought was y'all got up at like 6 or 7 o'clock, went about your daily routine, left, and this is about an hour into a walk.
Okay.
That was my rough timeline. If y'all thought something different, we should specify more frequently. But that's what I thought.
No, that's fine. I was making sure that we didn't just get here at like 5 in the morning.
No, it's like 8 o'clock.
Okay.
He is wearing like, you could assume these are some sort of priest's robes.
Could also be a
But-
nightgown.
It could also definitely be a nightgown.
Fair. So,
Like only when he says that does that kind of pop up.
can we go get you breakfast then?
Again, Elder, you have a wonderful day. It was a pleasure getting to meet you. And I try to walk off again.
Where are you going? You're the one that led us through here.
Mm,
Didn't you say you wanted to explore this whole church?
My
I have now met the person in charge of the church and have no need to explore to find them.
well, I'm
You don't
not.
know
I'm
if
not
there's
in
an
charge.
archbishop
yeah.
of.
Elder is simply the title we use. My name's Briar, actually. If you would like to join us for breakfast, I'm on my way there now.
See, we're giving up too soon, Nonduck. We might be able to meet someone here. Maybe they know about where
Non-Doc's
things are
internal
found.
struggle right now is very visible on his face, and he comes back again. Because everybody's free to do what they want, but how dare this man tell me that what I do doesn't matter?
That's his
Well,
freedom.
what I do doesn't matter. None of it matters.
Did not say that out loud.
I know. Again, if you wish to join us for breakfast, I believe today is Pancake Day.
Only if we're not imposing.
It
No.
doesn't matter.
The church welcomes all.
Does eating the pancakes mean we're part of the church?
No, it means you've eaten a decent breakfast.
Okay. Just make sure we're not signing up to anything weird like we do with non-doc, apparently.
The contract is actually under the pancake. When you put syrup on it, you've signed it.
Yeah. By the act of adding syrup to this pancake.
You hereby sign your soul over to this church.
And all material possessions.
Why do you keep the church so dark? It was he's gone.
Because they were sleeping?
Arrow Breaker, you coming along?
Yeah, I'm coming along. I didn't see which way you guys went.
Up and to the right.
To the left, to the left. Everything Church
to the
Jones in a box to the left.
Church of Bones in a box to the left?
You went way too far. Oh wait, who? Oh, the elder just went there. Never mind. I thought that was Arrowbreaker that I saw teleporting.
Oh, the door's locked. There it is.
There's a little lock on it when it's locked.
Yeah, but when it's closed and my mouse is over there, I can't just arrow through it. I gotta use my hand like an asshole.
Oh my god, I'm having trouble myself with this shit. He just there's, I guess for posterity's sake, there's somebody manning like a
Station.
but like one on wheels, and it's basically just a big old like hot plate. There's a fire burner under it, and it's keeping this slab nice and warm. And someone's just pouring pancakes and serving pancakes.
Pancakes, pancakes, pancakes.
Everybody's dressed approximately the same as Elder Briar. Like the only difference are like the differences amongst the people. Like I said, clothes all looks pretty much the same. Everybody appears to be having an okay time. It's not you can't notice any like rules or practices that don't seem out of place. This seems like just like a friendly tavern morning. Like it doesn't seem out of place. There's no syrup, but there's a bunch of fruit.
Okay.
Good. We're not signing any contracts then.
Well, he looks back over to Arson. Well, if it's difficult to relight the church. We have a rather large building, but not a massive populace for it. The darkness is simply a convenience. I suppose also an inconvenience. Both would be appropriate.
I'm gonna shutter my torch now that we're in here for now. If we're gonna go back out after, you'll relight it. Or my lantern, rather, not my torch.
If there's anything you wish to know, simply ask. I'm more than happy to answer.
Yeah, I have a question. They might know something. He kind of out loud thinks to Nondoc. Have you heard about dragons possibly in the area? Or where we can find knowledge on said dragons?
I just started working in a different tab. Roll a d20 for me.
Just 5d20?
Yep, if I know what the number is, I can adjust it accordingly.
15.
Oh, I can see it. For whatever reason, my brain told me I'd switched tabs and I couldn't see what the things you did. No, it's just right there. I can see it.
Oh, you switch tabs in the maps.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But like a dingus, some part of my brain was like, yeah, that means you're not going to be able to see him roll. What was your question again?
If they've heard any tales of dragons in the area.
Roll charisma for me.
God. It's a bad one. Let me see. It's not as bad as I thought it was. 18 and 19.
Oh, damn it. Oh, if you're asking that, I suppose you are fairly new to town then, aren't you?
Yes. That's what we said.
Well, there's a certain organization in town.
Arrowbreaker perks right the fuck up.
Writing some notes. Give me a second. Why did I do this one? 3/18/23. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Wait, I don't know an awful lot about them. They're not exactly welcoming. At least they weren't to me, and things I hear that sound roughly similar. Everyone seems to have a similar view. There is this, I suppose, shadow organization.
There was 4 letters. Chris doesn't remember what they were. It was like LQ something.
TCGR.
TCGR.
Anybody want to track that for me?
Is
Mike,
that
you're the note keeper.
TCGR is letters that non-duck.
Where are you?
Under notes.
Whose church are you in?
The Church of Resign something.
The Church of Grudging Resignation.
That one.
Oh,
Oh, so we got warned about these assholes.
I fail to see how they're bad.
It's like the Gray Planet from Futurama.
but anyways, this shadow organization that you're talking about, do you know the name of it? So if you tried to get in there, you must know something.
Well, I'm not certain there is an inn, and that's part of the problem. It's all hand wavy complicated. I'm. This is just this where you are currently. It makes much more sense to me.
Sitting in this chair.
Well, within the walls of the church.
Well, that didn't answer my question. I was asking about dragons. You started talking about some weird secret organization.
Yes, and supposedly there's a dragon running it.
Ah, so you didn't tell that.
He hadn't gotten there yet.
See, this one I like.
Why are we so impatient? You ask a question and then typically you wait for the answer.
Well, if nothing mattered, then the answer should have been the first thing that he answered.
He was getting there.
But that means that
Forgot.
something mattered.
There's always an order to things.
Alrighty, well, I will let you go in your order then.
Unfortunately, that's about it. I don't have all the answers.
Where did you try to go in? Like, you said you tried to get in, they rejected you. Where-
Yes, they have specific phrases they want to use for things, and I don't know them. I can't find information about them. Wouldn't be a very good shadow organization if me, an old man, could just simply get in. Because in case it wasn't clear, I am trying to do a good job portraying this dude to be old. Has that come across?
Yes, and I wanted to say he's an older gent, but I also didn't want to just immediately offend him.
Yeah, he's gray hair, balding. He definitely looks old. He's not like ancient, but he's. If he told you he had a kid in his 30s, you'd go, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. He's still avoiding the question, though.
I'll ask it again. What is it?
You said you went to the place to try to get in.
No, I didn't go to any place in particular. I thought I found a member. I was questioning them about it, and I wasn't given very helpful information.
Now, what happens should, let's say, the dragon cease to exist? Will the organization crumble?
You can hear a couple people. Well, I fucked up. You can hear a couple people in the background. A couple other of the other elders at the table chuckle like, "Dragon, right? There's a dragon in the city. Okay."
You're the one that told me there was.
We point to our small dragon friend.
He's on the boat.
Yep.
I show him a picture.
Hold on. You point to me because when my aura's on, my scales show up.
Also.
No,
that's when I rage. Never mind.
Other people were sassing him, not the one you're not Briar.
Yeah.
No, I know. I kind of the generic you guys are the ones that told us there was a dragon. Not necessarily like the ones that are chuckling.
Yeah, Briar believes that.
So, going on that belief, let's humor it. If there is a dragon and the dragon were to disappear, what would happen to this organization?
Well, I imagine, like any other good organization, someone else would just pick up charge there.
Does the one that killed the dragon gain control of it? You know, being able to take down a dragon.
If you killed it, it'd be dead.
I could ask it to go to dinner somewhere, and it disappear. That doesn't necessarily mean he's die.
Well, if he's not dead, then it's still in charge.
But they basically run the city then, is what you're saying, in the shadows.
Roll sense motive for me.
Okay.
As some of the other elders are responding, Briar has kind of like wait, what? That's a fucking thing I can do? Okay, I hope that's a thing that's always been and I've just never noticed it. Briar's kind of like shrunken away. Like you're definitely getting the vibe that some of these other elders are taunting him.
He's near us, right?
I don't know, where are you sitting?
Wherever everybody else is sitting.
Sounds like two of us aren't on the right page then, huh?
Yeah.
So I'm definitely making a map on a different page. Am I gonna come back and see Arrowbreaker in a relevant spot?
Nope.
No, I am not. No, y'all are sitting on the opposite side of the table as Elderbriar.
I know. I took the first seat that I saw.
I give him a reassuring look, saying, "We need there to be a dragon."
And you can hear a couple of the other elders mumble, "Oh, look, we need it. Ooh." Yeah, look, nobody needs nothing. The game's gonna keep rolling on. Doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. Believe whatever you want. We got a little too real for you. I apologize. None of it matters.
None of it matters, yet here you are taunting somebody about something that doesn't matter.
Yes, I recognize that. I apologize. I let that inner nature get the better of me. Didn't matter. Doesn't matter. I apologize.
There we are.
But you know there are stories of one in the city. Are there stories of any outside of the city? Or in neighboring forests or mountain areas? Come to think of it, he looks at Nunduk. Where do dragons live?
Depends on the dragon, I suppose.
I've never seen one.
Neither have I.
I feel like Airbreaker would also have a more concrete answer than that, but I don't know that. That's up to you.
Yeah, I have to imagine it probably mountains.
Well,
They
at
can
least
fly
one
and
does.
take off easily.
Yeah, I feel like Airbreaker just could confidently go mountains. Where do dragons live? Mountains.
Mountains.
See, I was right.
I love it.
And apparently
The resident dragon expert having the answer to that question. Mountains.
and apparently cities now too. Interesting.
Would it, Tucker, this might be more of a whisper, but like, would it be fair that I would have done my own research prior to getting grouped up?
Some, but doesn't necessarily have to be fruitful is really what it bubbles down to.
But like basic dragon stuff rather than specific dragon stuff.
Define basic dragon stuff.
Like how they can
They're made
just
of bones.
take human form.
That's not basic dragon stuff.
No?
I like what I said.
Yep, all dragons are made of bones.
Yep. Except for the ones that are made of crystal.
Still bones, just crystallized bones.
God, don't you know what bones are?
Damn it, I guess not.
Eat
So,
a dick, man.
that's not a common thing that people know?
Nope, most people don't pass like level 2 or 3.
And you have to be level 2 or 3 to read a book?
Yes.
Well, you have to be able to survive the encounter to go, oh shit, I saw it change form.
I feel like dragons would have wrote their own fucking books about how cool dragons are.
I don't think they're that condescending.
I wouldn't say condescending.
Egotistical.
It would be more efficient to disseminate poor information.
I guess.
Dragons can't change form. They aren't made of bones. They're made of feathers.
They're made of smaller dragons.
All dragons are 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Glass shock. Anyway.
Okay, so I guess my thing.
If you want to ask some questions, I'm happy to give you information I feel Arrowbreaker could have gotten.
I feel like I would have gone down the rabbit hole of how to find one because they aren't terribly seen all that often. So I would have gone hiding spots, hiding tactics, things like that.
So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this real quick. Click ping for me where you would have been doing this research.
I feel like it would have happened very slowly over the course of time. So I'm gonna go ahead and
give me a ballpark or a couple of pings.
I'm a ping somewhere up here, somewhere down here, and maybe one random place if there's a town somewhere over here. I'll give 3 locations for the few months plus time of traveling around doing odd jobs.
Now, why would you have been looking for a dragon?
Exactly.
Don't worry about it, Michael.
If you want to do like a role play check, Mike, there's a reason fucking when we got isekai'd away, I was fucking ready for that shit.
Yeah, but you were against killing dragons.
No. I was
Airbreaker
against
was all
being
for it.
forced into slavery.
Now, Airbreaker was definitely on the let's kill dragons chain.
There you go. There's some solid information you've researched. That's just a quick kind of go about for me. I don't know if you were specifically looking to get more or whatever, but there's a chunk that you have definitely learned over your time.
Okay, one of these things, metagaming, is not true, so the thing you said is true.
Information comes from different sources.
Yes.
This is the most concise information you have been able to find.
Right.
Whether Arrowbreaker believes it or not, because he's seen contrary, is perfectly fine.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfect.
As you have done research, these are facts that come up the most frequently.
Okay. So, at some point during the conversation of we need to find a library, we need to do research, Arrowbreaker would have said not all research is reliable.
To frame it a little better, I like the idea of him just kind of... Because... Oh, you did move in. I kind of like the idea of him just kind of like hanging out, eating the pancakes, not really paying attention, just kind of vibing.
Who, Arrowbreaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, all right, this place is... It's got pancakes and apathy. I'm into it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And just kind of vibing with the mood, and then as things start to get more and more like talky, you're like, oh wait, hang on, no, not all research is reliable.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to kind of frame that in context, so we can go back into a scene if you'd like.
Yes.
Not just you specifically. The group is royal you.
I've said my piece. Goes back to chomping flapjacks.
I'm also picturing him, not that it matters in the fucking slightest, eating the pancakes with a fork, but just like fistfuls of fruit.
Yeah, a lot of berries.
Yeah, like no tact about that. No tact about the fruit, but definitely like, yes, fork is for pancake.
I eat berries. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, arson, research.
I threw everybody off now.
Yeah, well, I also did because I jumped in on it. I was hopefully finishing up the other map, and I am now significantly more present. The other map has walls that work, so I'm now noticeably more invested in this boring ass scene within the Church of Grudging Resignation, and that's not boring ass because of you guys. That's boring ass because of what the church inherently is.
Yeah.
Would there be journals of encounters if anyone were to survive in the libraries in the city?
Are you asking DM or characters?
Right.
I mean, I suppose there are inevitably adventurers.
Could
There may
those
be-
books... So good.
So there may be money in recounting one's tales and allowing others to access the information.
Could there also be knowledge on how to access this organization hidden in the books?
Perhaps. I have not found it. I don't know this.
Okay.
I suppose, at its core value, nothing they do matters, as they will play their game forever, as shall we.
Yeah, but if it did matter, what would happen to you, to your core values?
What would happen to me?
To the core values of your beliefs, if something did matter?
Nothing, because it wouldn't.
A truly awoken soul you are.
To me?
Yes.
Well, we'll show you that we matter.
Oh, please do not take it personally. This is not an attack against you.
No, but you didn't entertain the thought that maybe it could matter.
Well, nothing has mattered yet.
That's why I said, what if something did in the future?
We would have to reassess, I suppose. If something is going to change the rules, then we need to address that. Our rules must change in turn, I suppose.
Okay. But there might be journals in the library. Do you know where the library in the city is from here? About how far?
Yes, insert a rough approximation.
Sounds good. Is there ways to earn more than a few silver in the city? Are there hunts that that guilds put out for people to go and do?
Well, there really aren't any guilds in particular. There's various sects. Some of the other churches might have some business, but I suspect, based on your friend's mentality, both the large one and the small one, that you're going to find this place hostile.
How so?
Well, do you often pay respects to Oladamara or Vecna?
I don't pay respect.
Those are both out of character. Those are both not good people, right? I know
You
Vecna's
wanna,
not.
you wanna, yeah, you have magic for some context on Vecna.
Yeah,
You wanna roll religion and see if you know anything?
I would love to.
To answer your question, I don't answer to any gods or pray to any gods, really.
Oh,
Yep, them be gods, yo.
I can't get more than a 10, but maybe I can get a 10. Nat 20, so a 10.
All right. Yeah. Oladamara, god of thieves, and Vecna, god of death.
Ah! Ah!
I do ask if Arson knows who these people are, and I would say Airbreaker, but Airbreaker sat on the other end of the table.
As he says the names of Litamara and Vecna, he's like, oh. Huh, the god of thieves and the god of death. Interesting. Did you not know that, Nonduck? You're the one that's versed in the church.
To be fair, Order of the Nightingales is not a religious order. I just happen to also delve into that myself, and I do forget things from time to time.
I
How long have I been muted?
I worship the earth outside.
Perhaps a little bit.
I was just laughing my brain off at Mike basically telling Chris to eat shit, and then I apologized.
Well, we heard none of it.
Okay.
Yes, as well as the city can operate, the primary religions do include the laughing rogue and the chained god.
Is that other names for these two gods that you mentioned before?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
So if you're looking for a warm welcome, the pancake breakfast might be the warmest you get.
Interesting.
Nods while chewing, eating some fruit and some warm pancakes. Mm-hmm.
It's damn good welcome this is.
Nondog actively grabbed a pancake and like some blueberries.
I'm eating a big breakfast for a Goliath, all things considered.
Arson's plate is loaded. He's a barbarian. He's used to eating large quantities of food.
Yeah, got a carbo load.
Yeah, straight up carbs.
He sees you all munching on some fruit, so he takes like a berry every so often. If everyone else is doing, they must do it too.
Yes, this is
Is there a lot of fighting in the city?
no, very little actually.
Okay, that's good. Is there anything we should be wary of then?
What's in your pockets?
Oh, good, nothing. And that's why I need money.
I suppose if you're looking for money, there are bounty boards. There's plenty of options.
Turns to Nonduk, since you're the closest. Also in the direction of Arrowbreaker, since you're in the direction of Nonduk. See, we don't have to live off of 2 silver a day.
I mean, it got us the room.
It only gets us so far.
It got us through, and then we stumbled into free breakfast. We're doing pretty good so far.
This can be in character or not, but what is the mentality of only taking exactly what you need when more is given as a gift?
Given the rest,
Is this to Nondok or to everybody? Because Nondok has a Nightingale philosophy on that.
It's to either Nondok or Chris.
Refusing a gift is rude, but you should never take more than you need.
While that's fair, for the task we have at hand, we will need as much as we can get.
But you don't currently need it.
that's fine. You can line our pockets when the time comes. Since you don't need it, you can hand it to us.
In character, you saw me hand the silver back to the guy who paid me, right? I will be handing it back to that person. I mean no disrespect by saying that, but if somebody's going to pay me more than I need, I'll be giving it back so they can live better.
But how do you know what you need? If we're going to find a job to get some coin in our pockets to help us travel, how do you know how much you need?
Enough to survive.
And how much is that?
That is so ambiguous, Nonduk.
Food in my belly and a roof over my head.
And how much does that cost?
Hold on.
Last
hold
night,
on.
2 silver.
And
How much
tonight,
is it?
Maybe 2 silver.
Hold
do you
on,
have
hold on,
2
hold on,
silver?
Hold on.
I'll find
Arrowbreaker.
some.
Airbreaker, hold on. What happens if you get hurt? How much does that cost?
I figure it out.
What happens if you die?
Then I'm dead.
How much does that cost to bring you back?
Why would you bring me back?
Because you're bound to this contract like we are?
That seems like a poor reason to go through the trouble to resurrect someone.
For all we know, if you die, we die. And I prefer not to die.
Then we better not die, huh?
Then you better do as much as you can to keep us well nourished.
And money and equipment and food and shelter are very important to us.
Yeah. And the other 2 on the boat would probably agree with us.
I know Grumble Snack would.
One of the other 2 on the boat burned down a shack because the bandits offended him after I had already saved the mayor. So his opinion matters a little less to me, and that was very rude, and I said it out loud, and I apologize.
To be fair, they took our money.
Yes.
You
but
didn't
we got,
save the
we
mayor.
got Mayor
You paid.
Tippleclop out of there, and that was what mattered.
And I did give them the money. And we were in the clear, and then he decided to kill them anyway.
But then again, none of this matters, right? He's
Also, I seem to remember I seem to remember you also being on the burn down the bandits train.
Did I burn down the bandits? No, I collected my money.
I'm looking at arson.
Oh,
I didn't.
Wasn't arson part of the burn the bandits train?
No, he left with you.
I picked up.
What's
his name?
Mayor Tibblepop was saved. That was what mattered. And then an act or two of revenge was had over some discrepancies over money, discrepancies over money or stumbling over words in and out of character.
You'll soon know the value of the coin when you most need it. Until then, whatever extra comes in your possession, please consider giving it to one of us.
Any extra that the people won't take back goes to the order.
I love this place.
So you'd rather send it to somewhere overseas than help us?
Start the monastery here to help everyone.
Yeah, but aren't you trying to start the monastery here? So wouldn't you hold on to that money?
How much do you need for that? How much do you need for that?
But there's the money that I need to survive pocket and the money for the order pocket.
That's not what you said. You said you were only going to keep whatever you needed.
Yes, but if they won't let me give it back. Like, that other dude took the silver back I gave him. If they say, no, that's yours, okay, that goes to fund the monastery. That's not mine.
But the act of giving you an amount of gold is them saying, this is yours now. So if you wanted to...
And I've said I don't need all of it. And if they won't take it back, it goes into the fund the monastery pocket.
Just like when they invite us in for breakfast, they've already, by inviting us, have told us that we are not imposing. And yet you ask every time only if we don't impose.
Because if they think they're required to,
but they don't. These clearly know that nothing matters.
We'll use the nice woman at the farm from a week ago as a good example. She let us stay the night at her home, which was very thoughtful. I wouldn't have wanted her to thought she had to do that. It was a kind gesture.
I feel like it was kind of needed since, we saved her farm and all.
Completely disagree, but I feel you and I have done that a lot recently, Arson.
Well, we will never see eye to eye. Tower above you.
Arrowbreaker chuckles.
To see the relevance in that.
What?
Arrowbreaker chuckles at when you say we will never see eye to eye. I tower over you. Just, huh. This is great.
Well, if you want to live on the bare minimum, so be it. We will make arrangements so you get the bare minimum.
You make it sound so morose.
Is that not what you want? Whatever you need to survive.
Again, you're making it sound like a bad thing.
Right. So if you get exactly what you need to survive, and the rest is given to us, then you don't have to hand anything back. Or have the burden of carrying what they didn't want back.
Have you ever heard the analogy, inside you there are two wolves?
Yes, and the angry one always wins. What about it?
I'm going to shift that. Inside of me right now, there are two wolves. One of them agrees with you and just says, let you deal with it. The other one of me does not trust you to divvy up the money that, in general. I'm going to leave that to Arrowbreaker.
What are you leaving to Arrowbreaker?
Divvying up the money.
Why do you trust him more than me? We
I
both
didn't have to tackle him over offering up a family's rabbit.
I don't think you understand how rabbits work. You mainlanders never having to work on a farm. Now when that family's rabbit meat all spoils, they'll wish they had a way to have used it otherwise.
Nondok places his knife and fork down, which he finished a while ago, but was still holding them for some reason. Places them down, stands up and bows politely. Thank you for your hospitality. Arson Arrowbreaker, I'm leaving. You are welcome to follow.
I mean, you're the reason why we're in here, so we should probably follow you.
Yeah, as Nondok gets up and walks out.
Arson's gonna grab a pancake on the way out and just eat it as they're walking.
A little walk me down.
Arrowbreaker turns to Elder Briar and says, "It has been enlightening to meet you. Thank you."
I hope you enjoy your day and best of luck on whatever it is you're trying. Mayhaps you will be the one to craft something that does truly matter.
We will.
Aw, that is... I love that. Elder Briar, I'm making a note of this guy. He's my favorite fucking guy.
The second we leave that hall, you can just hear Nondok muttering mantras to himself.
Well, they're drowned out by the last thing I posted.
No, I saw that, but if anybody can hear Nondok, that he's muttering mantras to himself. He hated this place, but he's not going to outwardly say it.
So it seems you are not okay with others' thoughts.
I feel like I want to answer that.
Answer what?
There's no easy outs from this bullshit, and you can quit the game, but the game keeps playing.
Sounds like a song.
It does. I want to say something to the effect of, the game might keep playing, but as long as I've met my quota, I can play happily, if that makes sense.
Are you going to say it in this room or on the way out?
That's a good question. Where would we have been when I heard it?
They're walking through the halls chanting.
Oh, I thought they were shouting it as a goodbye to us as we were leaving.
No, like as you're leaving through the halls, you're walking past some small lines where they're chanting this.
Then I just kind of say it out loud to myself.
All right, then no response.
That's fine.
Damn, if I had half a brain, I would have done something different over here, but I guess I don't.
We're two halves of a whole idiot.
When we're outside, I'm gonna look at Nondok. Is there a reason why you don't take money?
Didn't we just have this discussion?
No, he said he just doesn't want to. There must be a reason why. One doesn't just forego gold for no reason.
He said he doesn't need it.
I hate to quote the people in there, but what's the point? I don't see the need for excess monetary value when you could do things to help others. You don't need a life of lavish luxury to be happy. But there's people starving and dying in the streets because they needed an extra silver. Why should I keep that from them?
So you're not starving in the streets.
So that doesn't happen to you? Also, how do you plan on fighting dragons living on the bare minimum? We're gonna need to invest
with my fist and a little help from Cord.
There's talk of these random gods. I've seen no tell of them.
Good dragon meme, Chris. Which I'm realizing was from like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, the good not good one?
Yeah.
I love that one. If money is what makes you happy, I won't take that away from you. But money is not what makes me happy.
It's not that money makes me happy. Is that I know we need money to be able to accomplish what we've been set out to do.
And last night when we worked for that shopkeep, I took the silver I needed to live through the night.
Yeah, but you could have kept that extra silver in reserve for when you need to get a magic item of some sort.
What need would I have for a magic item?
I don't know. I want a sword that flames.
Mm,
That'd be pretty cool.
that you said it right there. That would be pretty cool. Not this would save my life. This does the exact thing I need. This is cool. That is a desire, not a need.
Well, I noticed that you can light your fists on fire. Does lighting your fists deal more damage?
It
You
does,
hit
but I don't need to pay anything to do that.
No, but if I get a sword that lights on fire, I will hurt things more.
That's not how you phrased it initially. The words you use and how you use them are in fact important.
No, nothing matters.
Goes back to chanting mantras.
I am gonna
This is
repeat it.
also the most angry you've ever seen Nondoc, and he's trying not to show it.
I am gonna repeat it out loud just because I like getting positive comments. I hope y'all enjoyed at least the concept of the Church of Grudging Resignation.
I
did.
fucking
Chris
love
loved
them.
this.
Yeah,
Chris loved this. Nondoc hates it.
I'm
Arrow
curious why
Breaker,
we were warned about it.
because
We
to the
weren't warned
outside,
enough.
anybody wouldn't ask enough questions to make sense of it. They'd get in there, oh, this doesn't matter, or that doesn't matter. This is a fucking bummer. I'm gonna leave. Like, no, put 2 and 2 together. Nothing matters, so nothing matters. It's fine. It doesn't change anything. Exactly.
It's nihilistic bullshit, and that's why nobody likes them. And yes, it is a meta reference. The game keeps going.
Yeah.
Just one day, just kind of fucking popped into my mind that like just this fucking asinine church that doesn't give a shit, that just acknowledges the world as a game, and it's just gonna keep happening. Like, what the fuck are we playing it for? Like, what's actually happening here?
I can't wait for the other ones to join, and then they say something where me and Kenny just like, yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
What'd you guys do last time? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter in the end.
But we're still gonna kill dragons, right? Yeah, it's just whatever.
Yeah, except it doesn't matter what happens.
It's all bullshit anyway. Who's to say? I love it, Tucker. 100%. That's my favorite thing so far. I want to see Elder Briar again. I hope there's like another one of these churches in a city later on. He's like, oh, hey, guys.
Yeah, they kicked me out of the other one because I mattered a little bit. And just every time we see
Mattered a little bit.
every time we see him, he just starts to care a little bit more.
Yeah, just slightly more invested.
If you liked him that much, go ahead and put him in the. Alex was making a list of the NPCs.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Elder Briar, it doesn't really matter.
Like that's as far as I'm concerned, the Dragon Campaign player notes is just for shit you want to remember. Make notes however you want to make notes of them.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's where the note that
No,
I
it just says
thought I-
Duke Firescald, the fire giant that press ganged us into service, and Mayor of Belmere, Tippletop Halfling. That's all it
okay.
says.
Never mind. Thought I might have remembered something, but no.
CG.
Yeah, you use that channel for whatever notes you guys want to craft. Like, I want to tease so much shit about the world, but I also just don't want you to just fucking have some of the information.
Yeah.
I feel that.
I'm gonna make my own note that he said something nice.
But we should probably go find one of those mercenary boards also. or whatever the priest called them.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Maybe we steer clear of the Vecna Church, if possible.
I have no interest in going in that one.
Why not? It could be enlightening. They might want to know about your thing.
Yeah, but what if the entrance fee is just death? Whether it's yours or you bring death, I'm okay without that.
My axe thirsts for blood.
While death is a necessary part of what we are currently doing, it's not something I enjoy partaking in.
So I'm more than happy to keep going for a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're just going further into town?
Yeah, I think that's the answer.
Do me a favor and group your guys up at the front entrance if you can make it back there.
Oof. Can we just group up in the room we're in?
Yeah, if you're on their own, that's fine.
Oh, I already am like in a weird ass spot. I think I'm lost in the church.
But
Oh,
why?
no, I made it back to the entrance.
Yeah, you found your way back to the entrance pretty effectively.
How did I get stuck? Okay.
Well, I was also trying to move you guys.
Now, can you move us through walls?
Yes, I can absolutely move you through walls. Oh no, where did Arrowbreaker go? What happened?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Is that the entrance?
I figured just leaving you guys at the entrance means if we want to use that church again, you're just already in the right spot.
Gotcha. So you can dig around in other rooms of said church.
Tamagotchi.
I have one of those.
Awesome.
Tamagotchi.
Chris, are you using the laptop right now?
I am.
Is it good?
I am a very happy camper.
Good.
I can use my Kraken again, which means my ears don't hurt because the other headset, the ear cuffs aren't big enough.
As you venture further north, the city gets a bit nicer. It seems like the closer you're getting towards the coast, the nicer the city is getting.
Like just well kept or ostentatious?
Both.
Okay.
It's not like either is taking grand steps, but you saw the first place you spent in the Verdant Scallion, and then this place should be a nice contrast to that street.
Gotcha.
Are we supposed to be on a different map?
Yes, you are. I've put player pieces there, but I always forget that I have to go move the player flag.
Oh, yeah, I did that all the same time.
So, now that I've moved the player flag, that comment should make sense.
Yes.
Should I be able to see literally everything?
No.
Yeah.
Did I do it? Did I do it bad?
Maybe, because I can also see the bank of civilians you have in the bottom right of the
Yeah,
map.
I can see that. That's what made me think maybe I shouldn't be able to see all this.
Okay, well, I can fix that kind of easy. Maybe. If I'm on the right layer, I can.
Just because there's one in front of us, how closely related are Goliaths and orcs? Not?
Not.
Okay.
There. Now you shouldn't be able to see it. None of the walls worked. Stick. I hate.
I'm gonna go get a drink while walls are
Can-
being put up between us.
Can you?
Yeah.
I can't fix this fast.
No, that's fine.
This is an incredibly lengthy fix I'd have to figure out. I'm curious if they even work like walls work.
Well, let's find out. Whoa. Wow.
Hello, Dr. Kyle
Something
Frank.
funky just happened.
I was gonna say hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, walls are working properly.
As do trees.
As do trees. I have some shadows, but not all the shadows.
There are so many buttons to push, and I feel like it should just open the page with some of them clicked. Like if I have dynamic lighting as an option, Why is not using the dynamic lighting an option?
Actually, realizing
you could
that a
just
lot of these
set it
are
to your default
windows,
in your
Tucker, I think it's working fine.
Yeah, 'cause we can look in through the window, so we can see some things as we're walking.
Yeah, I think it's working right.
Yes, it appears to be working correctly now. There's still some gaps in walls, but it does appear to be working correctly now.
Okay.
It went from not working to perfect.
Yeah.
Just fucking 2 buttons. 2 buttons was all it took, and they're the buttons that should obviously be selected as far as I can tell.
All right. I will get a drink. I'll be right back.
See, Tucker,
Get lost.
it was super fast.
Wow, this tree is little enough that you can just see around it.
For me, it cast a big shadow.
Yeah, it casts a shadow.
Okay.
Like, for me, the shadow is this, and a little bit, it's not quite this far in the middle. It's like, starts here, and then it goes like this. And then out here, other trees. But there is a shadow, like, right here.
No, I thankfully Kenny has a stream up, so I can go see these things.
Yeah, but if Kenny's vision, for some reason, is weird.
No, it looks like it's approximately what you're. You can also open his stream and tell me if he's seeing what you're seeing.
My tree is different from my angle just because of standing.
No, I get that, but it's still casting that big long shadow.
But no.
Weird, because for me it shows just like a little.
I stand where he stands.
The shadow only goes to about here.
No, my A goes all the way for us.
All right.
But yeah, if I move to where he is, it shows the exact same. Where I stand, the human civilian is in clear daylight view. Where Airbreaker stands, he's half hidden in the shadows.
Yeah, I don't. Can you guys see the zigzaggy bits? Yeah, you can. That's so weird.
What's exactly?
Zigzaggy bits.
Yeah, like on this wall here.
Oh.
I see diagonal lights.
Well,
So for
Yeah,
me, for me, it goes like this, then up, and then down.
No, but like if you look at the edge of the shadow there, it looks like a saw blade rather than a flat line.
Yeah, but that's. Oh, I see what you mean. This shadow here, the one that I'm pointing at, like that edge.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like weird zigzag piece. Is that because of the one-way wall?
No, it's a regular wall. It's because I use the polygon line as opposed to just making little rooms into walls.
You're a polygon line.
You say
But
aren't all
this-
walls one way, but no, walls are no ways.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be all ways too, if you're strong enough.
Then that's just a door.
One way.
No, I'm talking about like if you're
I'm gonna find
the Kool-Aid man, just burst through the wall.
Ah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Imagine the 2023 Kool-Aid man bursts through the wall and just goes, "Oh yeah."
Now that will live on forever in your stream.
Yeah, it will. It's all right. Nobody will watch it.
2 years from now.
You have
just
people
like-
that watch your stream, right?
Currently, I can do the math on this. I'm pretty sure I've got 2 viewers, and one of them is me.
One of them is me.
And one of them is me, so clearly you're wrong.
All right, so then it doesn't count me.
Yeah, Chris, way to not be in the stream.
I
Yeah.
am.
Wow.
Are you?
Yes.
Blasphemy.
Refresh the page. Does it say 3?
No.
Still only says 2. Anyway, we are I don't want to say running out of time, but we are spending time. So here is where you have been led. Basically, the next like chunk of city kind of opens up a little bit. There are spaces between. I'm just not like doing all of that.
Yeah, the important spots.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they're not important. Nothing really matters. I'm not going to keep making those jokes, I swear.
We will. That's
Yeah, I was gonna say we might.
I don't even know where that church came into play. I'm just like, what? The church doesn't give a shit about anything? Just fucking grudging resignation. Just, it's all going to end anyway, so just whatever. How would an NPC view the world? I like this. Anyway, this is where you guys are, so let me know what you find, what you want to do, and
we
I
had
will.
mentioned bounty board, so I'd like to look for a bounty board.
Yes.
I'm going to once again mention that specific pogs are chosen. So if you're looking at a pog going, there might be a reason for that.
Yeah, the half-orc civilians calling out to me, but I don't want to go, hey, you're weird.
No, but we've seen multiple of them. I think that means like unique ones.
Yeah, if there's more than one of a character on a map, just assume it's either like a less populous race, because I can just go ahead and explain. You've seen half-orcs throughout the city.
Okay.
Just not a ton.
That's fine then.
And all of the dwarves have been the same too.
Yeah, similarly, you've seen a whole bunch of you've seen a few dwarves and warforged throughout the city. They're just not overly populous.
This is the first warforged I've seen.
No.
No, we've seen them in the other city.
Yeah, Hunter was a
Well,
warforged.
in this city, this is the first one that Chris, have seen.
Oh, okay.
Well, there were ones on the last map.
I'll walk over to this Warforged and ask if he knows of any boards that have like jobs posted for like different hunts that need to be done. Anything.
Yeah, and I'll get into flanking position while you ask.
And say I will reciprocate that.
If you are looking for work, I would simply check with shopkeeps. If you are looking for bounties, as it were, the board is in the... I don't want to say the park. The park's not right. The board is in
The town square.
is in the verdant area, and he just kind of points.
Yes, the garden center.
Like out near over the river that we just crossed.
I mean, he points like directly into the house, but he could absolutely... There's a bit about this in Bob's Burgers.
Yeah. Yep.
That is why Arson is trying to clarify. Are we going over across the river, or is it in this building? Is that what you mean?
Oh, over the river, over the stream.
Over the river
Through the
to the
woods.
woods.
Channel, that's what, over the channel.
How tall is the roof of this building?
You're just gonna leap over it.
Depends on how.
Average building height.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump.
Arson's on.
Where'd my character sheet go? I know you guys are already there, but you'll get the information from this amazing jump roll.
It does face this way.
27. I'm on the roof.
Yeah, you just kind of... You walk up, look up, and you're like, I can make that.
Yeah, it's over where we came from and down. And then we... Boop.
So you said it's facing the way that I'm standing?
Yes.
Okay.
It is...
The papers are on.
See, I thought it was the other way.
No, it's
The
facing
papers
the
are over here.
greenery.
The
It is
papers are-
outside.
The paper's over here, Nonduck.
Hey, are any
Roll-
of us illiterate?
No. Because I took a class that wasn't illiterate. Otherwise, I would be.
What are we
I got-
rolling?
I gotta admit, that would be my favorite thing. Like, if you committed to Barbarian first, and we're like, no, I'm not literate. Yes,
oh no,
words.
Barbarian was level 1. Level 2 was Dragon Shaman. So I immediately gained literacy.
I guess technically.
As it's by the rules.
Spot.
You guys get +1. Alright, everyone gets +1.
So I'm getting a +9 to this in total.
I get +2.
21.
18.
13.
Yeah, there's a couple of warrants out for arrest. There's a lost parrot. There's something about the two-eyed beholder.
All right.
And are these all for the city or like in areas around? Do they have a location?
I check out the lost parrot first.
I'm
Hang on,
immediately.
I'm typing you something that will probably render what you said not true.
I'm like, what
Chris
the
is also
fuck is a
curious about two-eyed
beholder?
beholder.
A person? A floating head.
Is this the person that they say has beauty?
I get it.
I get it too. I don't want to get it.
It's dumb and I hate it, but I get it. It's all right, Mike. I get that a lot.
Is there a sign in this build, like on this building, that says what this building is?
I'm
park.
looking at pictures that are upsetting me. I'm sorry. What building?
The one that we're in front of.
This appears to be like an open air mill. Like it's just an open area around you.
No, I know. There's a door right here. I don't want to click it without to open it.
No. Can you open it from that far away? That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Is there an interaction distance I can set?
I don't know. So I can open the ones that are in the city.
Again, that's a wicked bummer. I gotta find if there's like an interaction distance.
I think it's because I can see it, I can interact with it. Yeah, because any of the other doors that are not visible to me, I can't touch.
All right.
But
Bless you.
I'm non-doc. I'm assuming the thing I said changes what poster you touch first or not. Do you still go for the parrot poster? I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm still curious about the parrot poster. I'm gonna leave it up there, but I'm gonna take a gander at it.
Yeah, it simply states lost parrot. The date on it is quite some time ago. Almost 2 years.
oh,
That's fine. Parrots can live forever.
All right.
This appears to be just a big, colorful bird. Someone has hand drawn a lovely picture.
I do hope they found their parrot, but 2 years is quite a long time to have not found the bird.
Anybody want to roll knowledge nature?
I got that.
I don't.
I can
Unless
get
that bird's also religious, I can't help.
That's a 17. That's a miracle that paper lasted this long.
Being from the mountains, it's weird you know so much about parrots.
I know big birds.
Being from a tribe that worships nature is interesting that I knew about gods.
Parrots live like 100 years. Like the bird is unlikely to have died of old age, but
Right, but they might have already have been found or eaten.
Yeah. But the poster does not look particularly old, despite the 2-year date.
So maybe they just got around to posting it, or they're still missing and they posted a new one.
Maybe why put the old date on it?
Any other questions?
What's the beholder one say? Like, does it have a location?
No, it has.
Do any
It has.
of these have locations?
No, they're simply marked as either in or out of town, and the beholder is marked as out of town.
Do they have a contact to talk to get more info?
I'm gonna post a picture in the Discord real quick, but I don't want to look at it for a very long time, so it's gonna go up there and then go away very quickly. Oh God, this one's even better worse.
General campaign notes.
It's gonna go in campaign information real quick.
What?
Yeah, that's roughly the picture on the two-eyed beholder thing.
Okay.
I hate it.
I hate it. I hate it too.
Yeah, you can go ahead and get rid of that. That's fine.
That's not too bad, honestly.
It's like somebody tried to have an AI draw something from the Adventures of Flapjack.
Yes, thank you. I was trying. That's fucking not McGucket. What's the blue
Knuckles?
guy's name? Knuckle. Yeah.
Knuckles. That's Captain Knuckles, 100%.
Oh yeah. No, you got that. You nailed that shit.
It's very upsetting. It is just like a floating human head with eyes kind of pointing different directions, and like crazy hair. Like this is an upsetting picture to look at, and somebody had to draw this.
So he's walleye.
Does it say that they want us to find it or they want us to be rid of it?
Be rid of it.
But there's no like contact info, like talk to get more info.
There is.
Okay. Is there a prize? Like not a prize, but like a reward.
Reward.
10,000 gold.
Yeah, that's
Based on that award alone, I don't think this is it.
That's above our pay rate. What's the other one?
What's the parrot one's reward?
500.
I vote we look into the parrot one, see if the
Well,
parrot's still missing.
what was the third one?
I'm gonna cut it down. I'm gonna say 200. Still a pretty good reward for
Yeah.
finding a bird.
What was the third one?
There's just other stuff up there for like, not missing. The wanted posters. Just regular old wanted posters.
Okay.
And there's a whole bunch of them.
Is there a way for us to remember them?
Can we just take the flyer? Is that not how this stuff's supposed to work?
I don't know. This is the first time I'm interacting with a bounty board.
When I was Seeker, I would just nuisance the flyer, but I don't think anybody has that.
Nanda, you're from the city, the mainland.
A pen that does that would be dope as shit.
That would be cool. That's a good magic item right there.
Yeah.
A pen of
I don't think
nuisance.
No, it's not Amanusis. Amanusis was something else, wasn't it?
That's the ability to know what a book is. Like, know what's in a book.
Then
No,
what?
Amanusis is correct. That one is copies.
Hey, look at me! I did the thing right.
Before, hang on, I have to type something in. Sorry.
Well, to be fair, there is someone here that we could just ask.
I was about to say that.
There's somebody we can ask.
Yeah, the human civilian standing right there. Excuse me.
She's not standing. She is just kind of politely seated on a bench.
Yeah, but I mean, the pog.
Someone is being whispered to, and I'm gathering information. I need just a moment.
Okay.
I did the thing. Not taking it back.
All right. Then what did you do? Say it.
I'm gonna try and cover it.
Okay.
Okay, as he's trying to cover something, I look at what he's trying to cover.
Yeah.
I believe I rolled a 18 spot check earlier.
This is more specific. Roll to search.
Okay.
Spot check is the area. Yeah, if you're specifically trying to see what's happening, then yes, search.
Yeah, that's weird that he's just gonna try to cover something.
Do I get a +1 to search, Mike?
No.
Okay. 12.
Nat 1. I see nothing. I'm too. My brain goes, oh wait, I could ask this person how this works.
And you just not even registering that Nondoc's messing with the papers. Nondoc, roll dex.
Opposing dex checks?
Nope, just one dex check.
Fuck.
Yeah, not ideal. Yeah, Nondoc's just stacked up the a couple of bounties together.
Okay.
He appears to have put several wanted posters one over the next.
All right.
But Arson, you're turning to this woman?
Yeah. These jobs and wanted posters. How does this work? Do we just take them?
She seems to light up as you acknowledge her. Oh, it's easy enough. You simply take what you need. There's a list of what needs to be up in the. The word is. There's a list of what needs to go up in the constabulatory, right?
Constabulatory.
I can pronounce it wrong really good.
It's constabulatory. You were correct the first time.
There's a list in the constabulatory, and they're checked often enough. If something needs to get put back up, it gets put back up. So if you wish to take any, it's perfectly acceptable.
So if we take all the wanted posters, just so we can remember who's wanted, is that okay?
If you're simply just after a list, you might want to go to the constable. They might have a more direct line on it. But yeah, if you simply wish to take them, they're able. This isn't the only board around.
Are there more in the city? Or is it just this is the only one in this city and other cities have their own?
No, they're all throughout.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a very good wanted poster if it only went up one place.
That's fair. Thank you for your help. Turning back to Arrowbreaker. I guess we can just take whatever we want, and if it needs to go back up, they put it back up.
Okay. Understood.
So, should we just take all the posters so we know who to get?
Probably.
I'm responding to like 3 different whispers at once.
Yeah.
No, never mind.
Oh, no. No. Take all the posters. I take all the posters.
Now we're other bounty hunting. We're bounty hunting for people. Not
Which is
just
weird,
dragons.
but I'm into it.
Not just dragons anymore.
Look, sometimes you're good at some things, other times you're not. It's much easier to kill that parrot than it is to catch it.
So as we're taking the papers, what are
Mhm.
like? Are there any like notable like people that stand out?
So you're going to very. I'm speaking slowly for a reason. I think a couple people are now aware, but I'd like everybody to have their fair chance. You are carefully going through each of them to see if anything stands out.
Yes. Since I was told I could take all the papers, yes.
Well,
Well, not necessarily all the jobs. But
You and
just
I
the
might
wanted.
want to make opposing dex rolls to see who actually grabs the papers.
No,
If you're going for one of them, I'm not going to stop you.
yeah, with what was said and what was whispered, Arrowbreaker gets first dibs on what's getting grabbed.
Okay.
So if Arrowbreaker hears that and just grabs all the wanted posters are in Arrowbreaker's hands.
Okay. Then
Which I'm including to be not the parrot, not the beholder. These are manhunt posters.
that's
Mhm.
fine.
I'm making sure we've grabbed the right things.
Yeah, that's more what I meant. Like, we're going to grab all of those and then take the parrot one.
I give the top half of the stack to Arson to thumb through.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I hold on to the bottom half.
Okay. I'm trying to go a little slowly in case people want to whisper. There are secrets being given, and y'all can do with them what you will.
Can you whisper to more than one person?
No.
So I thumbed through the first half of the papers.
Roll intelligence. Unless there's an intelligence-based skill you think might be more important. Because I don't want to take away any ranks you may have in something relevant, but this isn't like a spot or a search.
Yeah, I got
So-
nothing. So let me roll intelligence. Let me roll my worst thing.
I don't know if that last word is applicable or not, to be completely honest.
11. Can I do a sense motive to see if there's a reason why I was handed the certain papers and not all
Sure.
of them?
You're welcome to roll that sense motive.
Tiny better. Yeah, okay.
You just got the top half. He pulled non-doc stacked them. Airbreaker pulled them off, and he just handed you the top half.
But the 11 was to thumb through.
The only thing you notice is that a lot of the people featured are like they're not almost all of the pictures feature very average looking people, but with like cartoonishly evil looking faces.
Okay, but like no names that weirdly stand out.
No.
Okay.
Um,
Anything nearby?
roll a d100 for me.
Not 4100.
For the record, I give half of the stack that I'm holding to non-duck.
88.
We've all got some to thumb through this way.
I thumb through the stack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what? I was gonna if you're rolling the top 15, I was gonna give it to you. There's a poster. The Rat King is wanted. Rat King, King of the Rats.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Oh, okay. This is one.
but he's my
I'll
friend.
try-
And the picture is literally just a rat with a scepter, a cape, and a crown.
That's fantastic.
I have knowledge dungeoneering.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna roll it on that Rat King. I definitely know what a Rat King is.
And you don't.
And I don't?
You've never heard of a Rat King.
Really?
I mean, maybe it's the King of Rats.
Oh.
Just to clarify, you've rolled very well. The Rat King you're thinking, where it's a mass of rats with their tails tangled together,
Yeah.
not a thing in D&D.
Oh.
This is literally a king rat.
Or
Yes,
a person
this is
that's
the Rat
King
King,
of
King of the
Rats.
Rats. That is you're thinking of a Rat King. This is the Rat King.
Ah, I see.
The,
Same
the,
rat,
the,
different hat?
the best thing I can the best definition would be Rat King being one word, the cryptid you're thinking of. This is the Rat Space King,
Okay, got it.
King of the Rats.
So dungeoneering doesn't help here because that's very weird and wouldn't be dungeoning.
Oh yeah, this poster is definitely weird and stands out.
Okay.
Um,
Does
Mike
it say
already-
what the rat king did?
Mike already rolled, but if either of you two want to roll intelligence, maybe we can pick a little bit more out of it. Oh, decipher script.
What about it?
If you have the decipher script skill, that would be what this is.
You say an int
Roll
roll?
intelligence if you don't have decipher script,
Yes.
Yeah, I got that. Would have been the same one.
or roll a flat roll.
12.
All right. No, you can't. Nothing seems particularly different. The silliest thing is the fact that it's got like I said, it's got a rat sitting up, holding a scepter, wearing a big white collared with black speckled cape, and a nice fancy king's crown on. It's the Rat King, King of the Rats.
So far, everything tracks, so...
The Rat King would be King of the Rats. You're correct.
Did we also get the big pile that Chris had made?
Yeah, that's what Airbreaker plucked off the board.
Yeah. I just grabbed the stack, I gave you half, I gave Non-Duck another half. It's fine. We got it all.
It's not like there's a ton of them. It looks like 10 total.
Yeah.
Hate secrets.
counting the parrot one, if you grabbed the parrot one.
Oh,
Yeah,
100% grab the parrot
we-
one. That's the one I'm interested in.
Oh, apparently you're interested
That
in
and the terrifying visage of Captain Knuckles.
Well, as far as I'm aware, you have not touched the
I
two-eyed
was
beholder.
I was just gonna
No, I
grab.
grabbed that one.
Okay.
Why? We can't do it yet. That's above our
I
pay
mean,
rate.
she did say that we could grab it, so at the very least, if we garner information about it in the interim, we'll have more information if this is still a thing later down the road.
Fair.
If this was the only copy of the poster, I wouldn't have taken it, but she said we could take it.
So what are we doing with any of this information?
Parrot seems easiest. Wanted posters seem to be more up this group's skill sets alley.
How do you
Um,
propose to
is-
track a parrot?
Well, is the
first
parrot
we
in
go
the
to
city?
whoever this contact is and ask if there's a way to get the parrot, like if there's a snack it likes, or if there's a word it responds to.
Is the parrot in the city, or is it an out of the city one?
How much of this conversation is out loud, or are you strictly asking the DM?
I'm looking at the
I
paper.
say I'm having it out loud.
If any specific questions come out loud, the woman will kind of turn again. Oh, that parrot's been missing a good while. I wouldn't be surprised if it's beyond the city walls at this point.
Who would we talk to get more information on this parrot?
She kind of rolls her head back, like really giving it her all. You know, I honestly couldn't tell. There's probably some more information about it at the, I'm gonna say it wrong again, constabulatory.
Is there no name on the paper?
Nope.
All right.
If we're already having to chase leads like this, do any of the wanted posters have last known locations?
There is a vague location for the two-eyed beholder.
Of course.
Everything else appears to have like a vague district associated with it.
What district are we in right now?
None of them. None of the ones for these guys.
Okay. What do you say we just take whichever one of these has the lowest reward and go see if we can find them?
I mean, we can try to get the parrot while we're also doing that.
Right, but tackling a person is something I can do. Do any of these say wanted dead or alive? Wanted alive? Wanted dead?
Nope. All of them are just a bounty board. There's no bounty. There's no specific dead or alive to it.
Okay.
Makes things easy.
Well, to me, there's an easy answer.
And it's dead.
Who maintains the bounty board?
This lady?
The Church of Vecna.
No, the constable.
Yeah, so alive.
And-
Got it.
Yeah, there you go.
So my goal was to take them alive, because I can just grapple them.
I mean, that's up to them.
No, if I roll better than them, it's up to me.
All right, that's fair. Then it's up to Tucker. Okay.
Kenny, did you see my message?
Yes, I did.
You didn't answer it. Oh, yes, you did. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Never mind.
I'm going to respond to that in Dwarven.
All of you people are talking in tongues I don't understand.
Learn Dwarven, dude.
Or don't. Like,
Learn,
Right.
Learn
Let us have our
Draconic.
secrets.
learn Draconic.
What happens if I put a comma here? No. It's awkwardly quiet, even though we're all having our own conversations.
Right.
Well, Arson's just kind of standing there like, I don't understand what any of you...
Maybe
He kind of just leans against the board, waiting for you guys to make a move.
there's roles for this,
To understand the language I don't understand,
not languages.
you're speaking.
Yeah, but there's usually emotions associated with speaking. Johnny Splits Makowski.
There you go. You wanted the cheap. Oh, I forgot to put the bounty on it. Let's just say 500 gold.
Are the capitals important?
That's
Everything's always important. Some asshole had to write this. Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing matters.
Well, if this episode had a title, it would be Nothing Matters.
Thank you for including me on that. Who just whispered me? I appreciate that.
Huh? Okay.
Oh, that was supposed to go to the other person, but you have that answer now too.
I'll send this
Oh.
one.
I can just go in the stream and look.
Yes, you can. Then I don't have to send this to you.
When Kenny whispers, it's weirdly effective.
Chan hated.
Ooh.
Like no cheating.
Huh?
All right, so are we setting off?
I think so.
I don't know, are we?
I think so.
Arson says, looking at you two who have been talking in tongue.
Mike, do you want a sense motive on me?
I was gonna say, if you do one on me,
Well, did any of
you
you
want to
see,
do one, I'll give you an idea of Non-Doc's current demeanor.
did any voices get raised? Or did they seem tense?
I'll give you tense, but not raised.
Then yes, because that would be weird if you're not having a normal conversation.
Well, you don't. It's like Chinese. Everybody always sounds like they're yelling at everyone.
Or German always sounds angry because that's just how the words are.
Yeah, but if it, I've heard Dwarven, and
You have been Dwarven.
if it sounded tense in Dwarven, then yes,
Yeah, go ahead and roll on me.
on whoever was.
And say, I would think just roll one, and whatever it is, we'll give you info.
Yeah.
I think it's a 12, 13, 13.
I'll give you that Non-Doc seems nervous.
And I guess that Arrowbreaker seems stoic. Is that accurate?
I
Serene,
don't remember what that means, so I can't help you on that one, buddy.
confident.
No, that's the wrong word then. Like
Wait, why'd you hide the message?
somewhere between
I fucked it up.
questioning and upset. I don't know. You can tell that Arrowbreaker has some feelings right now, but you don't know about
Which
what.
Airbreaker doesn't normally have.
All right,
That's not
Phil,
true.
What's got you
I
guys?
disagree with that.
What's got you guys the way you are?
I suppose we'll find out.
No, no, that's not the proper answer.
Arrowbreaker starts walking away. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm leaving.
Keeps pace to go to downtown thieving and artisan bakery.
Yeah, go looking for the bakery then.
The bread thief.
How much was?
Well, and this makes no sense now, Tucker. That extra letter makes this make no sense.
Oh, I've done it. I've done it correctly now.
Unless, hold on, do the capitals.
Before you keep doing this work, my friend, I'm gonna make you roll the cipher script.
Is this
I
thief
can't get above a 10.
That's fine. Maybe you get that 10.
I feel like if the player can figure it out. I don't know which one of those dice is mine. 15.
What?
So,
If fail, 8 versus DC 5 to avoid drawing a false conclusion.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Hmm.
neat.
I like that.
I don't understand it, but cool.
I don't understand it either.
I
think
really
if you
get
do bad
that.
enough, you come to a different conclusion. That's
Yeah, as you try to decipher the script, you come to a wrong conclusion.
that's super neat.
That's gonna suck, because if I can figure it out, and then I have to roleplay that I don't know it, okay?
Well, the best I'm gonna give you is the title on the name doesn't seem to have anything to do with it.
Okay, yeah, I figured that out already. Does that mean I can't still piece it together?
It means if you want to keep putting it together, you can keep putting it together. Y'all can roll spot checks before you leave.
Spot.
Which you guys are getting plus...
1.
So to be fair, you guys did want to come to the library, so I gave you the map of the library on it.
Yeah, we can go to the library first instead then.
I got a.
Did I
Nice.
roll? I did. 13.
Yeah, 13. 13.
I got a 19.
Look at my spot. I figured out what it says.
What does it
Want to
say?
whisper it to me? Also, after a spot check. All right. Want to whisper it to me? I'm curious if you got it or not.
Slash whisper.
Yep, there you go.
What does my 19 spot check get me?
I am
Nothing.
looking, like, I'm gonna look at it and just, as I figure it out, I'm just gonna hand it over and not say anything until they answer questions.
What do you hand over?
The paper, the wanted poster.
So
For Johnny Splits Mikowski.
this is the guy we're going after then?
Once we go to the library. But why are you guys acting the way you are? I'm assuming that we're not right here anymore. I'm assuming we're probably up at the river area, channel area.
Yeah, it's definitely man-made. It would be a channel.
So are we up at near the channel? So I'm assuming we're not standing at the board at this point.
Yeah, we're probably like up here a bit.
Because I can
Hey.
outpace on any of you. So even if you're trying to keep away from me,
Hey, Kenny, roll a jump check for me. Just do it.
Roll a jump check, you say. I'm good at those. Jump comes before. What the fuck? How does the library work? No? Where's Jay? Here. Ka-chow. That's a 27 jump check.
You have plus 11. Oh yeah, the jump is strength based. This is
I was
a
I
lot
was
of
just
stuff.
curious if you could just vault this, and the answer was yes.
When in doubt, vault it out.
Just walk to the edge of the channel and clear it. You do still have a solid chance to fail, but like, you also have a pretty likely chance that you can just jump this thing.
Sounds good.
Again, I was not that you're going to. I was just curious, like what your average was gonna be.
So, do you guys want to try to talk to me? What's bugging you?
Says something to you in Dwarven as we're walking away.
Cool, cool. So we're gonna have Discord in our group. Got it. Don't look to me to save you from a
I'll
dragon.
give you a little bit more. Nondok is usually fairly calm, even in that even being angry in that church, he was still fairly calm. That is shattered right now. He is visibly sweating.
So
Right. So if
yeah,
it's something that is worrying two of you, why wouldn't you tell the other party members?
So
Like, why are you leaving the one that can probably beat things here
yeah,
in the
so
dark to get assaulted? Probably.
right. So what's my face? Arrowbreaker is gonna stop speaking in Dwarven and just start answering questions here.
That can also have been said in character. What I just said.
Yeah.
To Nondak.
What did you say?
Why are you keeping me in the dark if it has both of you visibly spooked?
Yeah. So Chris Nondok says something in Dwarvish, and my response is if it's that clear to see that my trust is hard to earn, why would you toy with it?
Seems we're doing this out in the open. It's not on purpose, but I'm asking you, as what I can hope be a friend, if we aren't already, to trust me for now. And when I say I don't want to talk about it.
What are we not talking about? What am I missing?
See, this is the kind of thing that I don't want to have power over somebody else's character for, but
no, this is something I knew was going to happen eventually.
okay.
So
I led y'all a little bit, but Rolls also supported this happening.
Okay. So Mike, you are going to get answers. I'm just trying to figure out how Arrowbreaker would do this.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. So where are we? We're up here.
We can be slightly further in, like on a bench or something.
No, here kind of works. Or even if we were still back at the bounty board, I think here works.
I like the idea of us having this as we're going back into.
I would have politely asked the human to walk away.
Well, yeah, people move. I'm just
yeah.
God, lady, go away.
Arrowbreaker reaches into like their belt. I like it's not in the pocket. It's kind of like sticking it in your underwear kind of thing, right? Is what I'm picturing.
Okay.
And I take out a folded piece of paper. I hand it to Arson, and then Arrowbreaker just goes and sits under this tree.
I'm gonna unfold the paper.
Nondok, did I tell you what it said, or did I just?
You just told me that you just gave me an idea of what it was, but not what it said.
Ah, okay. Well, Arson, you are holding a wanted poster for Nondok worth 5,000 gold.
Huh.
There is no question that you are looking at a picture. This drawing is exquisite.
Now, my question, because you didn't say, does it just say Nondok?
No, full name.
Which is
Nondok Bristlejaw.
Bristlejaw.
I mean, we all have a past. This is interesting that you have such a high bounty.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Mr.
To beat around the bush but to hopefully assuage something it's not about.
It looks like a bounty from where we're sitting.
It's a
It-
reward.
That's the same thing.
No.
We bring you in, we get the thing. That's a bounty.
Bounty is for somebody who's done something wrong.
Let me guess, you
Reward
could never.
is for like the lost parent.
Let me guess, you could never do anything wrong.
Didn't say that. Saying that I didn't in regards to this. Now, can we please go to the library?
You answered some questions, so I guess I could tell you that the wanted poster that we're trying to follow has a code in it.
Oh,
While y'all were bickering with each other in languages that didn't make sense,
it's
I
dwarf.
figured
It
it.
makes sense. Just you don't speak.
I figured it out.
It sounds a lot like coughing and rubbing two stones together.
Yeah.
It makes an itty bitty little squeaking sound.
Let's just say I don't want to say it out loud right here because ears might be listening.
Well, if you spoke Dwarven, we could just have the conversation in Dwarven.
And what's to say those ears don't speak Dwarven?
Can I
Nobody speaks Dwarven.
can I get a little bit of clarification from DM Tucker?
Hmm.
The poster that we have for Nondoc, does it say reward, or does it look identical to the actual wanted posters?
It does not look identical.
But does it say reward, or does it have his name with some money underneath of it?
No, this one would say specifically wanted alive,
Okay.
and the formatting is different. The lettering is not the same font that all the other ones have.
I'd
This
imagine
one
it's
does
more prim and proper.
Yeah, it does look different.
Okay. But just looking at it, it's not 100%. It's not 100% not a wanted poster. It is different.
Correct.
We are, at least Arrowbreaker is not versed enough in posters to know what that means.
Okay.
Okay.
That is a fair assessment.
Going forward, at no point is Nondoc going to be behind Arrowbreaker.
All right.
So
That-
Nondoc, since you're saying this isn't a bounty, did you run away from home? Are they trying to get you back?
Well, if you're gonna hit the nail on the head, then I guess yes.
Ah. It's a lot of money for wanting someone back. You sure you didn't kill someone? You can tell me if you killed someone.
I mean, actually, out of character, I don't think I've killed anybody since we started this game.
I also don't. I was thinking about that. I'm like, one of you definitely has killed people, and we haven't seen the other one do that.
Yeah, I haven't.
Have I killed somebody?
I mean, unless you're going to call cockatrices and shocker lizards people, then no,
Yes.
I haven't.
Yes, I believe you got a kill in the first fight.
Yes,
With
you did.
the road people?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I know it was definitely there, so it seems like that would have happened. But I feel like I just went to collect my money and watched the barn being burned down and did nothing to stop it.
No, I believe you did get a kill.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
However, I do specifically remember Chris saying that Nondoc was dealing non-lethal damage in that fight.
Okay. That's fine. I feel like I need to have like an on-screen meter of trust.
I can see that being a thing Arrowbreaker has.
Cause like, just for the fact that you're a dwarf, you were the most trusted in the group, and now not so much.
All right, Tucker, you and I have talked about this before, so maybe this will help assuage something. They now know his last name. Does that help them in any way?
Nope, not in the slightest.
Dude, I lived in the mountain.
Hold on. This is gonna be out of game stuff, so that because my character would definitely not know this. How's your haircut again?
Chris, Nondocs?
Yeah.
Short mohawk, buzz sides. If you look at
Yep, I
every
know.
dwarf that you've met in the city, Nondoc does not look like most
Mike
dwarves.
knows what you are. I'll whisper it to you, Chris. I'm not.
I think
so that
you're overthinking it.
I'm also curious if this is a reference I don't know.
I'll message Nodok first.
Now who's keeping secrets
Right.
from under the tree?
No.
Oh no, not at all.
Okay. So I was thinking, because in 40K, Warhammer 40K, dwarves that dishonor themselves shave their heads and put their hair in mohawks. They're called
Oh.
slayers.
Yeah, no.
Really?
Yeah, they're called slayers. And they get written into the Book of Grudges until they die an honorable death. So they literally jump into death scenarios, trying to die noble deaths, and end up like killing the things because they're so strong, and they just keep like, oh, a purple
Oh.
worm, gonna jump right into its mouth and try to fight it.
Yeah, damn, you weren't kidding. That's actually a thing. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
That would have been a neat side secret, but no, that is not it.
That's why I was saying, is that a character? My character would definitely not know any of this.
I absolutely see why you'd make that jump.
Because he ran away from home, has his hair cut in a mohawk. Clearly, he got exiled.
If I go too far with this, Chris, I apologize. I believe what he
Okay.
meant by like the way he looks. Most dwarves are kept shaggier. He is not. Most dwarves are dressed
Earth
harder.
tones and finery. He is
Yeah.
in bright blue robes, and that's it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
highborn.
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that now. I was just going off of the haircut, and I'm like, oh, is he? Is he?
I'd phrase it more like dwarves dressed like earthbenders, whereas Nondok is dressed like an airbender.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
That's actually a great comparison.
Yeah, it's not like it's illogical clothing. It's just you would expect one style, and this is arguably an opposite of it.
Putting this paper in my bag, looking at Airbreaker, but we all know nothing matters, so let's keep going.
No, hang on. I want to stop you. Does Airbreaker think enough of the church to let that sink in?
No, that just makes him angry. Love it while it was all happy and fun, but now like safety is potentially at risk because of other people's actions. It's not a joke anymore.
But now I'm here, and in the fold of this knowledge, I can help protect.
Us from
he
him,
says.
or him from us? Because if we're looking for money, 5,000 gold's a decent amount of money.
If you were the ones to turn me in, I'm not going to stop you because
Wait.
I have respect for you. But if
Gonna
somebody
go-
else comes, I will defend myself.
Gonna walk over, kind of motion for Nonok to come with me to get into like almost a huddle with Arrowbreaker, so that we're kind of like whispering to each other.
That's fair.
What if we
With Arrowbreaker?
Yeah, and I'm motioning for Nonok to come so he's in on it too.
Y'all coming to me?
Now, what if we turn him in gold?
I can't actually hear Mike right now.
Sorry. What if we just turn him in?
Sounds
to
good.
Gold, and then we rescue him. We'll have gotten the gold. Eh?
Thinking.
Looking down at the ground like a child who has gotten in trouble, saying nothing.
It's true that we all have our pasts, but
I didn't question why you wanted to kill dragons. We don't question why he has a looking for him poster.
I am going to give. I do want Arrowbreaker and Arson to roll some sort of intelligence-based check. I guess we'll do a gather information check to see if it has come up.
okay.
Okay.
You're not like actively seeking. This is like a pass. This is like an in the past having had noticed it.
Oh shit. That's a 17, but I'm not trained in it.
Doesn't matter. This one can be done untrained.
Okay.
That's an 18.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot over to Chris real quick. Does 2 good rolls feel like some more information should be given out?
Yeah, I'll give it.
In the city, as you've been going through places and seen it, you've actually passed. It was Bristlejaw, right?
Bristlejaw. Yep.
You actually passed like a Bristlejaw shop selling specifically Bristlejaw's jewelry. And within a couple of other stores, you have seen things marked Bristlejaw.
Wait, do you come from here?
Here,
Were you-
no, but it's the family name is everywhere.
I want to say things, but I don't know if it's thematically appropriate for Arrowbreaker to have this kind
So
of
wait,
vocabulary, if that makes sense. But
He
I guess
seems pretty well versed.
I've done a lot of traveling hither and there, whatever that phrase is supposed to be. So I feel like
Hither and yon.
I've picked up on some stuff, but
Alright.
with that information, I guess.
Kenny, I'll follow it up with this. You got a 14 in Arrowbreaker's not stupid.
Okay, all right. So with that being
Yeah,
said,
you're like Aragorn.
oh, that's hot. I love that.
He wasn't stupid.
It's like Airbreaker's actively smarter than Nondok.
Really?
I have a 10.
You're
think you're
actually smarter than me.
Yeah, Sam, I'm pretty sure you're the second smartest in the group, my dude.
That is bad, guys.
I have a 10.
That is
I also
very
have
bad.
Grew up in a tribe. I didn't need intelligence. I needed
I am a monk.
wisdom.
I also
For
grew up in
instinct.
a tribe in the fucking mountains.
No, but you also grew up in like taking care of caravans and such.
But
That requires knowledge.
To be fair, I think Arrowbreaker's mental stats do reflect the history.
okay.
Maybe a little more wisdom is necessary, but that can always come later. I think Airbreaker's mental stats truly reflect what he what he needs to survive.
Okay. So with
Again, a 10 is average. A 10 means you're just nothing special at the thing,
mhm.
and a 20 means you're exceptional at it. So Airbreaker's kind of smart.
Okay. So with that, the anger from potentially being a murderer among us has shifted to, oh, so the little rich kid who ran away from home doesn't want money.
so your family name is everywhere.
Not
Do you-
everywhere. You've passed, like I
is
said,
it-
you've passed a single
is
Bristlejaw
it-
shop, and a couple other places have had like Bristlejaw jewelry.
But he did say that the family name is in all places, is what not next.
Because mind you, I'm from the mainland.
Yeah,
That's
but
where
so
the
is a
mine-
K Jewelers, Mike.
Either way, the
So
point stands.
yeah, fair.
Did you just not want to be in the family business? And that's why they want you back? Is that what?
a little of that, a little bit of me and my father disagreeing on life
You-
choices.
You becoming a priest? Monk thing?
That came after.
10,000 or whatever amount of gold that this paper says. I don't remember it.
5,000.
Mike doesn't remember it. 5,000 gold's a lot. Want you back.
Been, I probably want to say at least 2 years. I don't. That's partially at Tucker to see if he thinks that sounds enough time.
That's fine. It feels a little short, but that's fine.
Well, that was the thing. I thought it sounded short. I was thinking more like 5, but I didn't know if that sounded too long.
How many? I'm sorry, I sneezed and didn't hear you.
5.
I was thinking more like 5.
Five's
It's
fine.
38, so it's been about 5 years.
I mean,
So
If I left-
It's gone up a little bit recently.
back a kind of a backhanded comment coming from Arrowbreaker. So you have no desire to see your family ever again?
I mean, I miss them on occasion, but me being there is not what's best.
Some people will risk everything they have just to get back to the ones they love.
me, that's what I'm doing.
I'm perfectly fine getting you back to your families and who you love. Me being back there is not what is. It's not good for them, and it's not good for me.
So we don't need to worry about this. Are people
mean-
going to try to come steal you from us?
Probably.
That's something we have to be on the active lookout for.
I mean, it's happened once or twice so far, but it hasn't happened since we met.
Is that why you were on a boat?
The boat was actually to start the monastery here. At no point here have I lied to you. By omission, maybe. But the monastery on the island of Gregory is truth.
I do kind of want to interrupt the role play just for a second to say, Chris, cool backstory, definitely digging it. I feel like Arrowbreaker is going very hard into Nonduck. That is not Kenny going into Chris. I just want to clarify that.
I knew when this backstory, like when I kind of solidified, I was like, I knew the second somebody figures it out, a conversation like this was being had.
Okay.
So your family business deals with jewelry and finer things like that?
It started in the main Bristlejaw mine and the things that which come out of said mine. Father runs the mining portion, and mother makes the jewelry, rather.
So we take care of things as they come, then.
Didn't hear you, Mike.
I said, then we take care of things as they come. If they come to get you, consider it.
Now, as this is all out in the open, I leave this to you. You now have the option to either part ways with me here or do what you said and turn me in. I will not take either of those options from you.
Well, there is a third option. We don't turn you in, and you continue with us. You're bound by the same contract we are. Even if Arrowbreaker is untrusting at first, he has to admit that since you are still bound by the same contract, it would be wise to have you with us.
I'd say at second.
I missed the at first joke. What?
Yeah, what?
Mike said if Arrowbreaker's untrusting at first, but we already did at first. This is at second now.
Okay.
What's the kingdom? What's his parents gonna send? Some dwarves to come and try to take him?
The most of my immediate family is not fighters; they're miners. So it's usually people that he's hired.
Shooting a glare at Nonduck, and also being complimenting of dwarves. Never underestimate a dwarf.
I agree, but in the couple times I've seen people actually try to collect, it's not been people I'm related to.
Well, it's almost like there's a reward.
You aren't wanted for murder. That is the important part.
Now,
are you sure you're not wanted for murder? It'd be okay.
I've actively never killed anyone.
All right, fine.
All right, lost a little bit of respect for you, but it's fine.
One day,
Not murder? Ah, man, you should probably think about leaving.
one day you'll taste blood. It's fine.
Now, I have to ask the question because it's come up. It's in my head, but the decision is yours to make, the two of you. Do we tell the tiny dragon and Skrunkle Mama?
That's a good question out of character.
Yeah.
I feel like Alex and Chris should know.
Alex and Chris, I think, should know. Alex's character would immediately turn him in.
That's fair.
And Nonduck actively has no respect for Alex for his arcs.
Can I offer a small thought into that? Why does it matter if they know? If the decision is here and now.
That was also where I was going.
If 3 out of 5 are like, we're good. Let's not do this.
And
let them discover it later.
I think Skrunkle would have loved that church because that is Skrunkle attitude to a T.
That is true.
Let's say it ends here. If they come upon it, or if we come upon someone trying to take Nandok, we cross that bridge when that happens. What's the worst that happens? They get mad at us?
I bow. I didn't expect to have to air this quite so quickly, but I can appreciate the conversation that was had.
Well, you did leave. Nonduk did leave the decision up to the two of us. And are we taking a vote, or are we just moving forward without actually saying anything?
I said let's leave it here. If they find out anything or if someone comes to select, we cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay.
And then jokingly, he'll look at Nandok. You owe us $5,000.
Actively have no money.
Now's a good reason to get some.
You can pay it off.
But
out of character, this might explain his lack of ability to understand the monetary value of gold.
yeah,
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. But
That's why he's given away his coin pouch twice already.
Our Breaker begrudgingly stands up and, with much less enthusiasm than before, just kind of says, "Nothing matters," and just keeps walking.
on a side note, I'm gonna write something on this paper. You're gonna look at it real fast, and I'm gonna
Airbreaker or non-duck?
both of you.
And then you're gonna what? I hope you said
eat
eat it.
Yep.
Okay.
Nothing can exist that shows what I figured out. That poster says this, and it's gonna be written out. I'm not gonna say it out loud. Hand that feeds, and in the mouth it goes. Down the hatch.
I'm sorry, I didn't read it fast enough. Would you write it again?
Nope. That might be a clue. Let's keep it at that.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that second time. Would you do it a third time? I'm curious how much of this notebook you're willing to eat.
Can I roll anything to see if that's familiar to me?
Sure.
Do you want me to roll?
I'm gonna pull up your character sheet and just kind of scroll through and refamiliarize myself with the skills because I keep forgetting them apparently.
This person's name is
I can
Effie
roll.
Bones.
I can roll Aiajutsu focus if you like.
That's from the complete.
Just love that. That's fucking
Or
awesome.
no, that's the Four Swords.
No, just roll wisdom.
I have that.
5.
Oof,
Oh, I don't.
9.
that's a 9.
Nope. Never heard this before.
Darn. Like I've
No.
never listened to Metallica.
Out of character, what my thought process is, it's one of the key phrases we're gonna need to know that the priest guy couldn't figure out.
My brain was only thinking like this is some sort of thieves' can't shit.
Yeah, to get into the secret organization.
Which y'all talked about in the church that Nondok was having a bad time in, so he zoned out.
I do feel like this has just been a bad day for Nanda.
I don't know. If Nandok heard something about dragons, he probably would have tuned in.
Yeah, let's go to Burnsley. Man, this church fucking sucks. Oh god, these guys want to turn me in.
Yeah, no. Burnsley was a bad time for Nondok.
Oh man, let's go to Burnsley. Yeah, they actively worship a thief god and a death god, so fuck. And the third god they had was some sort of horrible bug god. Before the DM went, no, that's too dark. Let's get rid of it.
That's too dark. Let's do thieves and death instead.
For the record, openly worshiping Vecna is weird as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Just so we're clear, like Oladamara is not that bad. God of Thieves. Thieves always got to pray for the best. But like, just openly worshiping Vecna is real weird. But on that kind of character note, the nice little let's stick together for now and not fuck this shit up. I think that's where we're gonna end.
Begrudgingly?
No, it's just grudging. It's the Church of Grudging Resignation.
There we go.
Hate that church.
Do any of you speak Draconic?
No.
I speak Dwarven and Common.
God, we share common.
I speak Common, Golka, Giant, and Dwarvish.
Yeah, we share common.
It's usually how it goes.
I was hoping you guys had Draconic, but no. I'm the weird one that has Draconic as the special second language I can take.
Can some...
The Kobold does.
It doesn't help.
How in-game would I be able to learn that?
It is reflected by spending skill points in the speak language skill.
Okay.
Mhm. What if you gain int modifier?
No. You don't have to spend speak language, but you do still have to take the time to learn it.
Okay. So in theory, if I got to a 12 int, I could take time to learn Dwarven to understand the basics.
Yeah.
Not probably go
Dams.
to a Dwarven settlement and be like completely fluent, but
I don't know what true speak is, but we can use true speak as speak language.
I think that's probably what they're trying to get at, maybe.
The way it works, Kenny, is every 2 ranks in speak language you get an additional language,
Okay.
which for most characters means an investment of 4 skill points.
Because it's never in class.
Yeah, it's only in class for I think bards.
Yep.
So if I wanted to do that...
It would take 4 skill points to get the 2 skill points needed to get 1.
Okay.
And and it also needs to be represented by like in-game time. You do have to learn the language.
Because I feel like learning Draconic in a campaign like this may not be the worst decision.
Also, some languages are easy to learn than others for various reasons.
And I'm guessing Draconic is not one of those.
Not usually, no.
But I can teach it to you.
Now, could we both teach Arson Dwarven and make it take less time?
No, because having 2 teachers isn't necessarily going to make you learn a language faster. Like,
Plus,
But if we both yell at him different sentences, he'll get them both.
plus Dwarven
but-
is a second language for me, so not best teacher.
I'm gonna pull the curtain back a little more. Golka and Dwarven share an alphabet.
Yep.
So it's not all that hard. There are some major design elements that go into both Dwarven and Goliath.
It's probably at the same level of Portuguese people speaking to Brazilian people. Because Brazilian sounds very foreign if they speak at their normal pace.
Mm-hmm.
If they slow it down, I can understand it. If they don't, I don't understand it.
Okay.
But I want to get to the DM points. Because I want to make sure we're wrapped up and we're good, and then
Did we ever divvy them out from last week? I think
You
we
got them.
decided on it, but I don't think I know I didn't write them down.
the decision was to give everybody who played one.
Okay.
I don't want that to be the decision every time.
I think we all had some good showings last week for sure, so I'm okay with that being a one-off.
So I'm gonna do mine last from now on, because I'm gonna feel less guilty if I double up.
Okay.
But because if I say mine first, I feel like people aren't going to give it to that person.
Gotcha.
So
I am going to need you to remind us of the categories
Yes.
literally every time.
Taking the damage from someone, I don't think
We had no fights this time.
Mhm.
and we didn't like take the blame or anything for someone and go.
Yeah,
to jail
it's
or something.
risking your life for another player. Doesn't matter if you do it for an NPC, for another player. There was no real life risking in this instance, and like I said, that one might not come up all the time.
Right. That's what I was saying. That one didn't come up, so we can skip that one.
The closest we got was Nondoc trying to hide the Zone Wanted poster. No, it's not very close. I openly admit that, but it
Yeah.
was trying to prevent an encounter later down the road.
What were the other categories?
Just best player moment from you guys, and then best player moment from me. Basically, who did the best job being present at the table and justify it?
I am gonna give that one to Chris, my vote, just because this was a very non-duck heavy session, whether it was supposed to be or not. And I feel like there had to be a lot of defending Nonduck's character that happened, so I'm
Which
gonna give that
did-
vote to Chris.
He did stick to his alignment too,
Yeah.
so I'll give it to him.
I'm gonna say it. I want to hear Chris say it in case I'm incorrect. Non-dock, like what you park a boat at.
Correct.
Is that not what I was saying?
I thought that's what we said.
I keep hearing duck, like the bird.
I just might be stupid. I am trying to say dock.
That's the accent I'm kind of giving him, but it is actively non-dock.
Okay.
That might be me
But
saying it quickly and not realizing I'm.
And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not crazy in it. Because I will stop making the joke. I'm trying to make sure I got it right. And I know I've done it before, but I'm gonna do it again. I'm once again giving mine to Kenny because he's committing to the bit,
Hey.
like real hard, top to bottom.
Thank you.
I appreciate your willingness to just like walk away. Like, nope, this is you're going against the thing I like. I know this might make it less fun in character for me personally, for yourself, but like this is where it's going.
Yeah. Well, cool. Thank you.
And again, post somewhere in the group. I guess the way to do it, I'm gonna put it in. Where was it before? General.
Want to make a new channel?
Put it in general. It's fine.
And say the two desires I know that we have are to go to the library and then find Johnny Two Teeth. Johnny No Teeth was my enemy from Kenny.
Follow up on the wanted poster.
I think it was Johnny Four Teeth.
Was it Four Teeth?
I think it
Oh,
was
was
Four
it?
Teeth.
Tucker, what was his name? The guy on the poster.
It's still right there.
It's Johnny something.
I'm on the Discord. I can't have both open.
Oh, this Johnny the Stripe.
Johnny
That's all I need
Splits.
to know.
Johnny Splits Mikowski.
It's a good
That's
name.
all I need
It's a
to
good,
know. Just
strong
that is what I
American
wanted.
name.
Library and follow up on the
Also, I
one.
hate how Johnny was spelled. I'm just gonna put that up.
Well, it was spelled incorrectly, and I think that was the point.
No, that's
No.
how it's spelled.
That wasn't part of the special
Yeah.
thing that I found.
That wasn't part of the cipher.
Do it for Jahani.
Johnny.
Johnny.
If we have time after those two things, after following up on Jahani,
Mike, read the thing I said.
Thief at large, last seen thieving an artisan baker's finest exploit made batch of bread.
No,
Yeah.
no, reply to the post, because if it's a reply, I can use it all as one thread.
Oh, I didn't see the reply bit.
It all gets kind of stapled together, so I don't have to get lost.
Message, reply, paste.
Yeah, you can just copy, reply, delete.
Can I delete?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Because now it comes up looking different. It is visibly attached to that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if people have matching goals, I can focus more heavily on those.
Like the follow up can be even hunting to get to that point. So I'm assuming it's not gonna take long to go to the person being like, "Yo, what's he look like? This isn't a good picture."
Is it okay that mine are pretty vague?
As long as I can work with them somehow.
Because I'm just gonna say get money and get stronger.
fuck bitches, get money is what Kenny.
Yeah.
Find Johnny. Find
Kenny,
Johnny.
I'm gonna say that's not good because that's not a map I can make.
Yeah, but get money and get stronger are both going after Johnny potentially. I was gonna say get knowledge and get stronger, but then that's also the library. So
Then put those. If you want to spend your votes on someone else, spend them on someone else. If you want to lean into someone else's bits.
Yes,
but
you could say same as arson.
I'm saying I definitely want to do Mike's two things. My two things are if there's time.
I want to make sure that I'm pointed in the right direction to have actually a plan.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then I'm
'Cause
gonna
Kenny-
do this.
The point of playing is to get stronger. It's to level up.
Yeah. But I would also be willing to go pick up a bounty like like the parrot, for instance. I can go take care of the parrot on my own potentially.
You're not finding a bird without me. Birds are my thing.
I take that back, Tucker. I'm gonna edit that again.
Okay. Edit it as much as you want, as long as it's there when I go to look for
And bounty hunting.
Something that I'm interested in, not specifically for next session, but in general in this world, and I'm saying this out loud because I don't know if Kenny and Mike agree. Almost like a Dragon Ball Z type tournament thing. I think it'd be really cool to do like a fighting tournament.
That could be cool.
Or come upon one at a bigger.
Yeah, like come upon one. Even if we get like isekai'd into one, like I think it'd be cool to like have to put our strength as a group to the test, or even.
Hey, our team of 4 got gaffed last night. You're in the tournament. What? Yeah. There's a cash prize. Cool. Say less.
Yeah, stack those 2 weirdos up on top of each other. You got 4 of you.
Yeah, I can count. There's 5 of us. Whatever. I can count.
Well, I mean, size-wise, there's really only 3 of us.
I think there's still really only 2 of us.
Well, if we're going Goliath size.
Yeah, if you're trying to make my height be a guy, then there's like 2.
No, I'm 6'1".
So we got the 6'1", we got the 7 whatever.
Yeah, I'm 8'13", so.
I'm
Oh.
4 even.
Hold on. That math don't math. How are you 8'13"?
Because I'm 9 foot. In 1 inch?
Yeah.
There we
Yeah,
go.
9'1".
No, I think I'm
I'm
only
4
7
even.
something.
So right now, me and Arson are only a foot taller than Arrowbreaker. So you stack the other 2 weirdos on top of us, we get 2 the 11.5 tall weirdos.
Yeah, you're not getting a lot of bonus height from Skrunklemar or Zarsk.
Say, I remember Veafor was 2 feet tall when he was at my kobold, so you don't get a lot.
You're getting like a yard between them.
But with that, I'm going to end the stream.
Yep.
Last stream.
Last stream.
Bye.